Fathers are vital to the lives of their children. The presence of a responsible father improves a child's academic, social, and emotional development. Children who have an engaged father at an early age have shown increased levels of curiosity and problem solving. A father's involvement encourages children to explore the world around them with confidence. The absence of fathers can have a major impact within our communities. The crime rate, poverty level, and drop in academic achievement levels have all been linked to a lack of father involvement. 1 in 4 children in the United States are without their biological father present. In San Bernardino County, it is 1 in 3. Being present is half the battle. It's time. The time for change is upon us. Fathers must get equipped to be the best version of themselves that your children need. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Super excited for day 2. If you missed yesterday, oh my goodness, we were just talking about it right now. It was just good. But rest assured, if you did miss yesterday, I will definitely make sure that you all get the link to the recording, just as you will get the link for today's as well. But it was an amazing message, and we're just going to continue on. We're going to keep rolling with that same momentum. And got some great presenters lined up today, and you are in for a treat, absolutely, for sure. If you could please do me the favor in the chat, make sure that you are that you provide your name, your agency, your title, and your email, so that way you get all the updates, including the links to this summit. I would really appreciate that. Please also, after you do that, rename yourself, if because I know you're not stormtroopers, right? I said that yesterday too, but sometimes we have either employee IDs or it says iPhone 366 or something, and we want to be able to address you by your name. So please put your name by hovering over your video. There'll be some little 3 dots that pop up. Click on those 3 dots, the little small menu will pop up, and just rename yourself. Or you can go to the participants list, again, hover over your name, go to the little blue button that says more, a little menu will pop up, and then go to rename, and you can put your name there, so that way we can reference you as accordingly. If you cannot hear or see anything, I had some folks already tell me as soon as we logged in that they weren't able to hear or they weren't able to speak, including some of my co-hosts. So just log off and then log back in, and we'll make sure to let you in. But that should usually help out. Feel free to engage in the chat at any point amongst yourselves. If you have any questions, we will be manning the chat. I have a great team that's keeping an eye on the chat, and we'll make sure that we get any of your comments highlighted or any of your questions answered. And if we don't answer them today, I promise you that we will answer you in an email, because we may not have the answer, right? Or we may come up with a solution later on and say, hey, you know what? Because of your feedback, we went ahead and created a whole nother program. No, I'm just kidding. No, but really though, please engage in the chat. You're more than welcomed, okay? All right, so to get started, let's get started, yeah? I know we're all here to get started, so I just want to make sure that we have everybody awake today. And so I'm going to pick out a couple people at a time. Let's see. I only have a few with their videos on. But Miss Sandy, since you were here yesterday, I don't think you were able to participate. So since you were here yesterday, Miss Sandy Roberts, you want to go ahead and just click the button, but you got to do it at the same time. Remember, it won't work just like yesterday, all right? So on the count of 3, can you unmute yourself?
Got it.
All right, you're the next contestant. All right,
Ready.
Here we go. On 3, 1, 2, make sure you push hard. 3. All right. Hey, a different question. I love it. All right. If you woke up tomorrow as an animal, what animal would you choose to be and why? I like that question. In the chat, everybody. A cute dog. They get lots of, oh, all the chats come in. Lots of love. Oh, thank you, Miss. That's good. A dog. A lot. Somebody else said a dog. Miss Christie said a dog. Manuel. See, he's heading in the right direction. And I think I probably almost went there as well. Lion. Miss Nancy said cat. Jordan said a bird so she can fly. And I knew you were gonna say that because I've met Ms. Jordan before. Renee said a dog as well, cute puppy.
Oh, that's what.
Jennifer says to be pampered. Shelly, yes, a bear. Bear necessities, right? All right. Elephant because they are family oriented. Oh, I like that, Dominique. That's deep. See, she's already the deep person already going into that. A dog, tiger, hedgehog, Black Panther. All right, Andrew. I got you. A wolf. A lot of dogs. Another tiger. A horse. I like that. A horse. More dogs. Bird. All right, Marquise. I knew I caught you singing that one time. You thought you were muted, but you weren't. Yo, I'm like a bird. I want to fly away. Y'all remember that song? All right, Tammy, an eagle. Panda, bird, eagle, wolf. All right, back-to-back wolves, lions, another eagle, more bears. All right, now you're just naming teams. A bat, flying, loves fruit, nocturnal, and Batman's. All right, you cleaned it up real good with that Batman part. Had me worried for a minute. No, bats are they're unique. Miss Zaneta said mosquitoes are resilient. Interesting. All right, next person. Let's see who's here. Sherelle, let's go. Yep, I saw you looking at the camera like, don't pick me. So we ended up picking you. I saw that.
No whammies.
All right, no whammies. I love that show. Ready? 1, 2, push your screen. 3. Did it speak? Oh, there it goes. That was a late reaction. Oh, now we're really getting to your minds. If you were a vegetable, what vegetable would you be? I'm almost worried about asking this one, but we have to ask it because we already pressed it. What vegetable would you be? Would you be a jalapeno? Okay, Miss Jennifer. A Brussels sprout. I'm sorry. A potato. A tomato. Larry the cucumber. Oh man, spinach makes people strong. That's a myth, isn't it? Or is it actually true? Spinach makes you strong? Okay. Green beans? So not just one green bean. You're gonna be green beans, plural. All right, Christy, I got you. An avocado. I like that avocado. Broccoli. I like that broccoli. I'll finally have a cool hairdo. I have to go. This is all I got, guys. Taper. That's it. Every barber that sees me, oh, you're a taper on. Like, yeah. A couch potato. I like that. Oh man, corn because it's versatile. You can eat it with hot dinner and also in a salad. Is that you again, Dominique? Man, you're just full of deep, just thought. I like that. I'm gonna have conversation with you all the time, man. You can get one little small question and just expand. It's crazy. Cucumber. Okay, onion because I have different layers. All right, Shrek. I just saw that movie Shrek, and that's exactly what he said. Onions. Oh, gonna have layers. All right, squash, calabaza. I'm sorry, guys. I just get really referenced with movies all the time. My kids have me like that. Lima beans, so no one would eat me. Oh my goodness. Y'all have too much fun with this one. All right. Carrots, corn, a tomato, Bob the tomato. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it again. Let's do it again a couple more times. Miss Jennifer, because you look so entertained on that keyboard, okay? I'm just kidding. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good work ethic. Okay, here we go. You ready, Miss Jennifer? And that's Jennifer Gomez. Just in case if there's another Jennifer. Are you ready? I'm sorry, I can't see you. As soon as I start sharing,
I am so ready, Juan.
All right, here we go. Make sure you push it because I see some people act like they're pushing. You really actually have to push the screen.
So I'm pushing literally the screen?
Yeah, right down there where it was that little button where my finger's hovering. You see that? All right, you ready? 1, 2, and push. See, you didn't push hard enough. Oh, there it goes. I'm sorry. Hey, what makes you laugh the most? I see somebody said Juan Solis. Like that. I like that. Okay. Dad jokes. Do you have one, Miss Jennifer? I mean, feel free to share if you have one.
What do you do with a cracked pumpkin?
Oh, I have a feeling this is going to be good because I have no idea. Nobody?
Which is a vegetable.
Which is a vegetable? It is. But does anybody have the answer to that? Because I have no idea. What?
You take it to a pumpkin patch.
Ah. Some of these are so obvious. Right? Like,
I appreciate the fact that Roger and Rami are laughing. That means it was a good dad joke.
It was a really good dad joke. Andrew, Jeff, make sure you guys write that down. That's going into our material for the next training.
Big shout out to Dom. I miss you too, girl.
All right. Good stuff. Oh man, here we go. All right, that was good stuff. I could actually sit here and do this the whole time, but then I'll get in trouble. I think my boss is here yet. No, not yet. Okay. All right. So thank you all for participating. And as I said yesterday, now to our regular scheduled program, already in progress. All right. So we know that anyone can father a child. Being a dad really takes a lifetime. We all know that fathers play a huge role in every child's life that cannot be filled by anybody or others. This role can have a large impact on a child and help shape him or her into the person they become. Now, I know we'll be hearing from some amazing topic experts and presenters, but according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, fathers, and when we're talking about fathers and emotional development, like mothers, they're pillars, right, in the development of a child's emotional well-being. Children look to their father to lay down the rules and enforce them. They also look to their fathers to provide a feeling of security, both physical and emotional.
Okay. Now I'm logged in. Hold on, let me see. It's easier to search here.
Studies have shown that when fathers are affectionate and supportive, it greatly affects a child's cognitive and social development. And it also instills an overall sense of well-being and self-confidence. And we also know that fathers set the bar, okay, for relationships with others. Fathers not only influence who we are inside, but how we have relationships with people as we grow. The way a father treats his child will influence what he or she looks for in other people. Looks for in other people. Friends, lovers, and spouses will all be chosen based on how that perceived relationship and the meaning of that relationship with his or her father. The patterns a father sets in a relationship with his children will dictate how his children relate with other people. When we talk about fathers and daughters, right? Young girls depend on their fathers for security, emotional support. And when the father absent, when there is a father absent, that support and that knowledge that comes from the father, it kind of hurts that sense of security and that emotional support that they would normally receive from dad. A father shows his daughter what a good relationship with a man is like, or should, And if a father is loving and gentle, then his daughter will look for those qualities in men when she's old enough to begin dating, which in my case, I'm telling my girls that'll never happen. If a father is strong and valiant, she will relate closely to men of the same character. Now, fathers and sons, right? Unlike girls who model their relationships with others based on their father's character, boys model themselves after their father's character. Boys will seek approval for their fathers from a very young age. As human beings, we grow up by imitating the behavior of those around us. That's how we learn. That's how the world functions, right? And a father is caring and treats people with respect. Guess what? The young boy will grow up with much the same. And when a father's present, young boys look to other male figures to set the rules for how to behave and survive in the world. And that goes as well for our daughters. So um, we're going to hear today, because we still see that, I don't want to say lack of engagement, right? But just that lack of support for our fathers in our communities. And when we talk about engaging fathers as a whole, or intentionally engaging fathers, I still get the question sometimes, well, what does that mean, Juan? We don't discriminate. We're a family servicing agency. And many of you have heard me say that when we say we're a family servicing agency, we service moms, we service the kids, because moms are usually the easiest parent to get a hold of or work with, right? We wash our hands and we move on to the next family. Not purposely, that's just the way it is. That's how it's been done. However, if we slow things down and seek to engage fathers intentionally, number one, we're servicing the family holistically. And number two, we're telling our kids that dads are important. But if we choose to oversee that and seek to intentionally engage fathers, then also be prepared to tell that child your father's not as important. And so we just are going to work with mom and you. I'm just saying that's kind of the message that we're giving. So we're going to hear today from some amazing folks that have practiced that approach in reaching families intentionally and holistically. And I love the lineup that we have today. And I hope you're all ready. So we're going to go ahead and present Mr. Roger DeLeon and his group, because he is not here by himself. He came with his with some backup, I like to say, with some real backup. And I'm like super excited to hear Roger every time he speaks. I get goosebumps because, man, he got an amazing story. But not just that, just his passion for fathers, including Mr. Marquise and Rami, who also have an amazing passion in this work. So without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Roger DeLeon, Marquise Howard, and Rami Kapish.
Thank you very much, Juan. Very much appreciate you and allowing us to come and be a part of this. You're absolutely right. I do have a passion, but you're also absolutely right. It's not a one-man job. And so this is why we intentionally had more than one individual coming in for the Dads Assisting Dads Coalition, because it is a united front, right? Just like we partner with you all there in San Bernardino County, which we so appreciate that. And so my name is Roger DeLeon. And so before we go any further, you want to go ahead and pull up the slides. We want to get right into it and just, go forward and share what we're doing out in Riverside County. So as Juan put in, we'll introduce ourselves shortly. So you want to go to the next slide, Juan? All righty. So just wanted to show you a short clip. I was gonna pull it out. You want to play it again? All right, I get you. Okay. So I was gonna pull that out And after talking to the group, they decided we should keep it in, kind of share a little bit about, my family. Once again, Roger De Leon, I'm a father of one beautiful daughter, as you saw there, and 3 beautiful grandchildren. So that's my first and foremost job. I love being a dad. I love being a grandpa. And so it's one of the wonderful things that I get to do, along with being a parent partner for Children's Services out here in Riverside County, and also one of the co-founders and committee members for Dads Assisting Dads, coalition. And so with that, there are many platforms that I've been able to be on. One of the wonderful things that I've been able to do is be here with Juan. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Marquise, and then after that, Rami, to introduce yourselves, and then we'll go forward.
All right, so welcome everyone. My name is Marquise Howard. I am from Riverside County Child Support Services. I have 2 children, an 8-year-old boy, his name is Jay, and a 3-year-old girl, her name is Nora. Specifically, with the birth of Nora, she was born 3 months premature. So she was in the NICU for quite some time, and during this time, that's when I was looking for resources, looking for partners, looking for other fathers that I could connect with. And right around that time is when I was introduced to Roger, which will share some more information about the Dads Assisting Dads Coalition. But speaking from experience, there was a need for this type of collaboration. And I'm happy to share more information about it further on in the slides. And up next, I have Rami.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rami Kakish. Thank you, Juan, for getting my last name right. Appreciate that. I'm a new dad. Well, they're 6 months, so that's kind of new still. But they're twins, so this is good timing for me. But I'm new to the group, fairly new, and I've really come to appreciate it and be a part of it. I'm looking forward to learning from it. I've learned a lot already. My job is I'm a supervisor at a family resource center for Riverside County under First 5. And we can touch on that a little bit later on in the training, but thank you for having me.
All right, so let's get started, shall we? So along with, as a parent partner, I've also navigated the child welfare system. I've navigated child support, and I've also navigated family law. Didn't have too good of an experience some years back, but I think it's kind of awesome that I'm sitting here, of course, with my wonderful partners here, and I call them my partners because that's who we are. From myself working for child welfare, and also working alongside Mr. Marquise, who is from child support. And so honestly, I can say that back in the day, those 2 out of the 3 nearly destroyed my life. And so I'm not here on revenge. I'm not here to get back at anybody. As a matter of fact, I think it's more of the opposite, of taking my experience and being able to bring it out. So that way we can do a better job when we're working with dads. And so we've been doing that. Child support, I speak highly of them because they've done such a wonderful job. And so that's a little bit about myself. I would say that I'm an individual with lived experience, but let's be honest, every one of you in this place has lived experience, right? All the fathers that we have here, all the mothers that we have here, individuals, you have lived experience in working with dads. And so I don't want to narrow it down to say, well, because I've navigated systems that I'm the only one with lived experience, when in actuality, we all have that lived experience, and we're all here for a reason. And that's how we can better, serve our dads. And so for us at Riverside County Dads Assisting Dads Coalition, that's our mission, right? Oh, that's a rhyme I didn't even think about, but it works. So the Dads Coalition has been around since 2019. So we were actually up and pretty much running about 2019. And so we began to promote and put out there, who we are, and basically begin to do our engaging as well as recruiting. And so I'm happy to say that we had a core of individuals, which included Marquise. So he's one of the co-founders as well. Rami is a new individual that's jumped on, but he's jumped on running. Wonderful individual. I don't want to leave him out. He's doing a wonderful job jumping on. And so we established that, and we began to go forward. And then guess what happened? The virus hit, right? We know COVID. So with us at Riverside County, we had a little bit of a struggle. And so when that hit, I know we had a lot of transition within children's services as well. So, and that's a lot of the birthplace of where Dads Assisting Dads came out of. What took place was myself, because I didn't have to transition or anything, maintained at least keeping the engagement piece within the county. But I know that Marquise as well within child support kept it going as well, until we were able to get through this portion and reconnect. A lot of the founders were from the family resource centers that were under DPSS as well, who are now under First Five. And so we were able to reconnect this past year in 2021. And let me tell you, it has taken off. But before even that, I've been privileged to be a part of, the IEFIC, coming out with Juan, who is a wonderful friend of mine. And so I was able to go under and attend your meetings out there and be able to see how it goes. And just, I can't begin to tell you how how wonderful it is. And to be honest with you, I did not intentionally look to be part of a fatherhood coalition. It kind of just came together and went forward. And so being able to be in the same room and getting to know individuals like Juan and Jeff, and of course, I've done some work with Lamar, throughout the time that I've been able to do this representation outside of the county as well. It's been a journey for us, but we're glad to say that we're here now. We're going forward, and thanks to the FRCs, they have been really, really supportive, as well as child support, and doing some things. So let's go to the next slide, Juan.
Roger, one more thing I just wanted to add on to the kind of the forming of the coalition. Here in Riverside County, we recognized that different departments were doing different things, but everyone wasn't talking to one another. One department had services and resources that could be offered, but another department didn't even know about those resources and services that were offered. Some were free resources, whether it's diapers, whether it's wipes, whether it's family law assistance, you name it. So one of the great things about the collaboration is, one, bringing in all of the partners at the meeting just to discuss what services are available, what services can we share with one another, what are we doing in-house within our department, to then turn around and partner with another agency, to partner with another group to expand the services. Here in Riverside County, we didn't have that prior to 2019, but the collaboration effort made it available that we then were able to not only reach out internally within Riverside County, but we were introduced to IEFIC, which has been a tremendous resource for us to not only share our resources to the public, but even outside the county, thanks to the help from IEFIC.
Thank you, Marquise. And this is why I have partners, right? So that way we were able to cover everything. So I appreciate you so much for that. And so we're going to go into the vision. And so, as I said, in the beginning, we had diverse individuals who've gone on to do, to promote and all that. So, but this was a vision that we came up with and we stuck with. And so having a community where all fathers are engaged in the life of their children, in the life of their children, with the support of their community, thereby creating the strongest families in Southern California. And so this is what we were looking at. I mean, we have what we call macro and micro, right? the macro vision is basically eventually looking at, as we had that wonderful, our wonderful individual, wonderful friend Lamar, and his program, just so wonderful out there, just functioning, and having a space to be able to house, dads, and allow them and their families to come in and to support them and provide all kinds of services. And so we're kind of the new kids on the block, right? 2019, that is not that long ago. And so it's not that we're starting a new work, right? We're jumping in. We are a little bit late to the party, but let me tell you, we are fully passionate about what we're doing and wanting to help. And so the macro is eventually to get to that place, to be able to have maybe a one-stop shop or a couple of shops throughout the county of Riverside, being able to bring out these resources and, just having that opportunity to be able to help dads where they're at. So, but the micro as of now is being able to spread the word about father inclusion, father engagement, right? And the importance of fathers, as Juan was sharing some of the statistics, which we have. I'm not going to get too much into those. We will share why, pretty much why we're doing what we're doing, but that's a lot of it. And so not only did we see statistics, but, being a parent partner on the ground, working with fathers in child welfare, you see a lot of different things happening. We have a lot of growth that is taking place. But we're still in the process of doing a lot of work. And so this is what our vision looks like, is this is what we would like to eventually accomplish. So you want to go to the next slide, one? Now the mission, right? To collaborate with community-based organizations and the public. So when we talk about community-based, we're also talking about faith-based. I heard a lot of yesterday, faith-based, and I myself am an assistant minister as well as a youth minister. As a matter of fact, that was a part of my lived experience through navigation, was having, the support of my church through the time that I was going through what I was going through. I wouldn't have never made it out if it wasn't for the individuals like my pastor, along with my wife and other individuals, my church family, as well as my regular family, who supported me, because we did not have parent partners. We did not, as Marquise was sharing, there was no communication, and there was just a lot of things. And a person can get lost when we talk about the systems, right? And so being able to collaborate all the way around and develop that, we're looking to do these things right here. This is our mission: increase the services for fathers. That was really hard to do, right? Finding the services, because in Riverside County, we found that there was not really anything for dads. We're starting to see it now even more so. And, once again, child support has played a wonderful part in developing something for us to find the resources and put them together. Now, I'll let Marquis speak about that later on. We want to reduce the stigma that fathers face, right? Being able to share with, our government agencies and community agencies about that, promote the value of fathers in a child's life. And of course, last but not least, encourage fathers to be involved as much as possible. And so that's one of the things that I really share and I really look at when I'm out speaking, when we've had that opportunity working with dads, when we've gathered them together. The message is to be balanced, right? We want to be able to bring the message to our government agencies, community agencies, faith-based organizations on the importance of father engagement, father inclusion, right? And just acknowledging dad and getting them. But we also turn, as a father and a grandfather who has gone through this system, to face other dads and say, look, we're willing to go step out there. We're willing to speak on your behalf. We're willing to help, try to figure out ways to bring resources. But dad, we need you to get these resources, and we need you to get up and do something with it, because there are times where that happens. Let's be real. And so for us, we really look at that as the balance piece, making sure that we're not just going on one side, but not challenging or promoting or encouraging the other side, which is fathers, to be involved. It's okay to do this. And so we want to be that liaison going down to be able to work with our community agencies and government agencies and all these faith-based organizations, and what resources they can bring and all that. But also, dad, hey, these are the things that you have available in your backyard. And so if you're having issues with being a father or something, this is what we want to help you with. Not to say you're a bad father, but we can all become better fathers. That's just an example of something. So that's what our mission is. That's what we're looking to do. And that's what we've been tasked and really trying to get out there, this message, and we've been doing pretty good within the agencies, and this is where we're trying to collaborate and bring together, and we're doing that. We're adding on other individuals who are basically jumping on board and saying, yes, we want to be a part of this, so that is our mission. And so with that, why dads matter. And we've talked about this, and we could talk about it all day long, and this is why we're here, because we know that the impact of a father when they are in their child's life, engaging, right? And so I've been also privileged to be able to put together a curriculum, what about dads for UC Davis? And that's one of the biggest things that we bring out is the importance of, a father engaging in their children's life, whether they're in the home or not. Being a part of their children's lives is also taking time to do things with them, to encourage them. And so we're going to go to the next slide. And so this is where it really hits, right? The grievous wound. This was put back together by a focus group, father focus group out in Minnesota in 2005. Because of past experiences, fathers have somehow gotten the message that their children would be better off without them being involved in their children's lives. And so this is a message that has been sent. And I love how Juan was putting that together this morning. I mean, he was like setting us up, right? So that way it kind of, helped us go into this. And I'm sure we are all here knowing and understanding. But this is a father's heart. These are dads that got together and they feel this way. And so, like I said, there's a lot of things going and being done, like we have the IEFIC and other fatherhood coalitions, not just within the state, but nationally. But we are far from being done. There's a lot of work that still needs to be, taking place. I've been privileged to be able to sit on committees and boards within, the state, but also nationally and federal, and bringing this awareness. And it's surprising that there are individuals that are surprised that when we talk about, hey, maybe when we talk about parents, making sure that we're inclusive of mom and dad, they didn't understand that was an issue, but looking back, they agree there was not enough of the influence or, the inclusion of fathers. And so this is, like I said, this is there are some things happening, but we are far from being finished with this work. So next slide. This is another reason, the myths and biases, right? Dad's resisting and intimidating. Can't raise kids alone. Ex-convict fathers are not reliable or trustworthy. And so being a parent partner, I'm about to celebrate 7 years, which our program, the Parent Partner Program for Children's Services, is also going to celebrate 7 years on my anniversary. I've been privileged to be the first one to walk through the door. I am still the only male Spanish-speaking parent partner for all the children's services here in Riverside County. And so, which tells you a lot. We've heard that before. We do not have enough fathers involved. And trying to get them recruiting and all that. And that's another way. I'm not going to even go down that road on that piece. But these are some of the things that I've seen with the stigma and the myths and the biases. I've worked with prisoners coming out who have been in prison most of their lives and seeing how they turn around and become single fathers, not just a father, but single fathers, when given the opportunity to be able to just have someone walk alongside them. Now, yesterday we saw a resource father and a birth father, and a beautiful thing that took place. And this is one of the things that has been laid on my heart for Riverside County, to be inclusive of all dads. And so I was privileged to be the parent partner in that case. And I only say that to say this, not that I'm looking for credit and I did anything special, but the fact that I was able to sit, I'll say, in the back seat of the car and watch these two function and fully just, the family working with this dad and supporting him. And I, we had our moments, we had our conversations, but it was simply watching this young man just grow in with the things that they had coming against them, right? And so I know that even within child welfare, which I work for, I saw some things that just were not fair. And we can be real here, right? There are some things that function in child welfare that should not be functioning, right? So and so I seen that, but I also seen the resiliency come out when the birth father was given a mentor besides myself, by our resource fathers, the support and how they were able to, come up with decisions and be inclusive. And so these are the reasons why, another reason why, and I'm sure we have a lot of other individuals who agree with me that this is why we get into this, the myths and biases, wanting to basically get those out of the way, not just within the departments and the community organizations, but also with dads looking inward, because this is why a lot of dads don't ask for help, because they feel like the moment that a department or agency, even if it's a community agency, looks at someone who's trying to help, what is your curve? What is your motive behind this? What are you trying to get out of me? What are you setting me up for? And that's the reality, because I know as a father who basically was like that, anything that had any type of attachment to, DPSS, it was a government agency that works across the board, and you were all out to get me. And so it was, it was an issue, and still is to this day, because I always have to talk dads off of the ledge and trying to help them go forward. We've come a long way. Once again, I'm not bashing, right? We've come a long way, and we're doing a wonderful job. We have a Fatherhood Coalition. We have, some work, that we're doing and stuff. And so it's a wonderful thing. But once again, we are far from accomplishing and being where we want to be. So,
and touching on the myths and biases, just in general, there's so many programs that are offered through organizations and through the county. And some of the myths are, well, because I'm a father, I can't apply, or because I'm a father, these programs I may not be eligible for them. And then that's why the coalition is so important, because of having each department or having each organization at the table to share all the important resources and services that are available specifically for fathers. When there is a father who's asking a question, or there is a father who is inquiring about utility assistance or inquiring about cash aid assistance, we're able to address those concerns and also help the fathers too. So the collaboration of each founder, each community resource is important to help break down those myths and basically shed light to resources that are available for all fathers. Not thinking that perhaps they wouldn't qualify for a variety of different reasons.
Thank you, Marquise, once again. And absolutely, and this is what we're working on when we're, with Dads Assisting Dads, is bringing out that awareness also to community-based organizations and our government agencies, because a lot of times, and it has been, where a lot of these resources for dads are for mom. And so I've even heard, I've worked for child welfare, well, if dad doesn't get it, mom got it. It's okay, right? And so we want to be able to bring that out, to say, no, we want to make sure that everybody's getting what they need as a family, right? Everyone individually. So I think someone has their hand up.
Yes, that would be me. And my name is Dexter Robinson. How you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing wonderful. I had a question. First of all, let me say it. I appreciate this whole Zoom meeting. I appreciate, all the people that are behind it and trying to make a difference and rewrite the narrative about what fathers are facing, what we're going through, and all of those things. So I work with XBX, Sigma Beta Xi, on their fatherhood program. And you brought up a point that I wanted to ask about, and that is how do we, or what's being done, or what can we do to address the idea of the distrust between the system that has been set up and the fathers that get caught up in that system? Because we know there's first, like and if I can just be frank, in the Black and brown community, there's a distrust of authority, period, from many of the things that we've experienced. And then on top of that, when you talk about the sensitivity of kids being involved, it creates this, incredible dynamic where help is available, but the distrust is so great that fathers would rather pass on the help. So how do we, or what can we do, if you have any points to that off the top of your head, that can be done for those fathers?
Okay. So with that, I know that it's a slow process, but we've been able to do some of these, events, and we're going to talk about a little bit about that later. But one comes to mind, and I'm sure Marquise remembers this one, where I believe it was the first event we had. I believe it was 2019, 2020, before the pandemic hit, where we had dads come in. And so one of the things that was coming out of their mouths while they were there was like, oh man, here comes another, child support event with all these individuals. They're just going to tell me get a job, right, and pay your child support. So with that, wanted to make sure, basically, we put together and this resource type of fair thing, and we brought dads in. They were getting their license back. They were hearing about programs that they had, that the child support had. Family law was there. I mean, they were able to walk up to individuals, and so by the end of the day, we had dads coming out like, wow, I thought this was going to turn out differently. And so long story short, basically what we wanted to do was show them that there's a difference. There's a different way of doing things, because I know that sitting there and sharing with a dad something is one thing, but being able to show them a difference and being able to give them something that they need, like a driver's license, to be able to get around and all that, is something different. And so that's where we began. I mean, it's not huge, but it was enough to be impactful. And so this is what we're trying to do again, to be able to go out to the community, not have them come in so much to an office and sit, basically get on the phone and talk to numerous people and not be able to get the services they're looking for. So that's.
I want to mention a few things. Definitely having the fair, the event, as Roger mentioned, was extremely helpful. WIC was there, Workforce Development was there, we were there, Child Support Services, or other agencies that were there, sharing how much the program has changed. And I'm going to just speak to child support specifically. Child support used to be governed by the DA's office. So there's punitive damages for if you did not pay your child support. There's, you could possibly go to jail. There are tactics and things that were used 30 years ago that we are so far removed from, that communication with the department is one of the best ways that could offer assistance. Roger mentioned the driver's license release program that we had. Individuals who came in, even if they owed child support, or if they owed a balance, if they essentially think of it kind of as a promise to pay, they would be able to get their license to be able to get back on the road. That's huge. If someone's license is restricted and they cannot drive to work, or they cannot pick their children up and take them to and from to school, just imagine the ramifications that could happen if they were to get pulled over, get into a car accident, not having a valid license. Well, 30 years ago, that might have been the case, but today, by simply coming into our office, discussing with us, we're able to offer assistance. One other program too that recently changed within the last 5 years, we used to have something called the Compromise of Arrears program. Now that Compromise of Arrears program, if you owed past child support debt, you would be able to get that removed or reduced. Now the program, because of COVID and the recent changes in law, as of last year, the program is now called the Debt Reduction Program. And the Debt Reduction Program is throughout the entire state. Why this is important is because if you have tens of thousands of dollars, or even any amount of past due debt, that amount could possibly get waived, erased, or reduced. But we don't know that we could assist unless that person came into the office, unless that person picked up the phone and reached out to us. So as you're putting together an event. I think it's important just to communicate with the department, communicate with, to see what has changed and to help build that trust. As Roger mentioned, that day specifically, we released close to 100 driver licenses just that day alone. And to put things into perspective, that was 100 people driving to the event on a restricted license. I think that the impact of simply having these events and sharing that information will begin to build the trust within the community, but it really just starts with communication.
Yes, and so that's what we're doing going forward, trying, to be able to do that, along with relating to them and actually really listening to them. We had wonderful conversations. So, Neda?
Yes, thank you. I was curious, in terms of identifying and addressing needs of fathers that have recently perhaps regained custody of their kids, do you foresee or anticipate any new programs outside of the county that might help fathers? We know that, the county does so much. However, I have the experience where I work with a dad who had recently regained custody of his 4 kids. And he had the job, he had a car, he was able to complete all the requirements by, requests demanded by CFS. However, he had a 4-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, and an 11-year-old, right? He worked from 4 in the morning. We were not able to access childcare for him, right? Let's start with that. Not only that, but when school started, he had a child that went into kindergarten and went in at 8 in the morning, had to be picked up at 11. Then he had 2 that had to be picked up at 2:30. And then he had another one that had to be picked up at 3:30. And so I was able to provide some of that support that he needed, along with several community partners and people that I know, because he was not referred to me as part of, on a professional basis, right, through the county. However, he did not longer qualify for parent partners because his case was closed. So how do we address those gaps in terms of, dads do need a lot of support. We
Right.
have been, our community, our team have been supporting this dad for over 2 years, right?
Absolutely.
And the only reason they haven't fallen back into the system is because of that support. And so he's doing all that he needs to do, but he needs support. And of course, his case is closed. So what do we do to probably address those challenges that dads may have as they regain custody of their children?
That is a very good question. Very, very good question. So I know for myself, I work for child welfare, but I've also worked with dads outside. So and we are still fairly new, so we are still developing. And so those are some of the things as they come along that we're looking to address and trying to reach out to. This is where the community agencies come and kind of pitch things like that, like, what exactly is needed. And so I know this is also where we're having with Marquise, the resources that we're trying to gather together throughout the county to see what is out there, because we know this is an issue. I mean, I've had, individuals approach that are not part of children's services that we're trying to keep from coming into children's services. The preventative piece is very huge. And so with that, we're looking at what it is that we can do to promote other, community agencies who don't have to work normal hours, like, child welfare and all that, too, especially to avoid any type of government agency to be involved. So that is something that we're looking to address. And so within our meetings going forward and trying to connect with as much individuals as we can within the county, looking for, what's out there. That's one of the biggest things, just like childcare. Childcare is huge, right? That's something, especially for single dads, or even with couples, both parents have to work. And so, we're basically looking at what it is that is out there to be able to develop or who's willing to develop, right? Even faith-based organizations, a lot of times they don't work according to the hours that others work. And so we're still in the process of doing that. But Zenaida, that is a wonderful question. You're absolutely right. So for the sake of time, you want to go ahead and skip the next 2 slides real quick. Thank you all. Thank you all for your questions and concerns. And so, yeah, so with that, father engagement for child abuse prevention, needs for services. As a matter of fact, Zenaida, this is where your question is at, right? This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to reach out to the community. We're trying to recruit. And so we want to recruit outside of DPSS for the stigma itself, right? We know that the FRCs, when we first developed, were the perfect organization to go with, because even though they were under DPSS, who are now under First Five, they did not really carry that stigma. So when families would go in there, they didn't know they were under us. So we're trying to kind of push away from child welfare, children's services, or any type of government agencies, because we know it scares parents off, right? We talked about that. I know Mr. Robinson shared about that, and absolutely. And so it's kind of just being able to speak to the community to see what is, who's out there and what they're willing to do, right? What they're willing to develop as we're going forward, and to bring them into the Fatherhood Coalition meetings to begin developing, events and different ways of creating, or, who they have with them. Like they have dads to be, that need services, how we can connect. And one gentleman comes to mind that we had come in, which I'm still working with in communication with, who is not in child welfare, but being able to connect him to behavioral health. He's a single dad as well. And so we've been doing that on a small scale, but we want to do it in a bigger scale, but we have to take one step at a time and identify throughout the county, once again, what we have and who we have. And collaboration is huge. Next slide. So these are the partners that we have when we reconnected, we came back, right? So we have the FRCs who are now under First Five, and they've been wonderful, wonderful individuals to drive the different events that the events to push forward in what we're doing. Of course, Child Support has been there with their events they have, and they have one monthly. And so, but this is who we're starting off with, and we're beginning to see others come in from the community. We also have the school districts that are beginning to come in. And so we're beginning to develop, momentum with that. And the message is still the same. What is it that you have? What is it that you're willing to create? Or who is it that you have that needs services? And so those are pretty much the main questions in how we can develop, either be a part of what is going on out there, the different fairs, the different resource fairs and all that, or what we can create together and invite, the different resources in as we're beginning to develop and go forward for dads. So next slide. I know we're running short on time, but you know what? Honestly, I think that we were able to have these wonderful questions and have a wonderful conversation. And it's true, this is something that we need to bring out and think about. So thank you. So child support. So Marquise, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. And due to time, go ahead and go to the next slide. Juan, please. One of the things that we did early on during COVID is we issued out a survey to all of the parents who had a child support case with us, just to ask them basic information. As you can see here, quite a few indicated that it was single and or separated, but we also had some that were married. If you go to the next slide though, one of the things that you would maybe assume, or there's a stigma related to assisting dads, you can see that based on the survey collected, one of the the number one thing was child support services. Second to that was parenting skills and housing. It wasn't necessarily a job or childcare. And I thought that was eye-opening. When we surveyed all the parents, they asked for assistance in parenting skills. So we started there. If you go to the next slide. The next slide. Next slide. All right, you can see that was one of our first collaboration events there. You can see all of our partners at the bottom: IEHP, San Bernardino Fatherhood, IEFIC, Workforce Development, LA Child Support. So we had, and San Bernardino Child Support. So we brought in the agencies that folks said that they wanted to hear from. Once again, building that trust. Can we go to the next slide, please? The second event that we focused on co-parenting classes, parenting skills. And you can see our partners down below, IEHP, Return, Workforce Development. These were all partners within Riverside County and the neighboring counties, IEFIC, San Bernardino County, LA County, once again. And this time around, we had local businesses donate food and items in order just to give away for the fathers. And this started from simply asking, bringing those partners to the table. Once we brought those partners to the table, then we had businesses that wanted to contribute to the event as well. Next slide. And as Roger mentioned earlier, our last event that we had was Donuts with Dad. It was in January. Once again, we had all of our partners there. One thing that was really awesome, First Five and the FRCs gave away toys to kids in attendance. So if a kid came with the father, they received toys, gifts, diapers, wipes, quite a few things that are needed to help raise children. In the future, I know we're wrapping up as far as time goes, but in the future, we're looking at collaborating with more partners. And some of the first few events are providing those resources that fathers need, not necessarily just county partners, but whether it's parenting skills, whether it's any type of support that we're able to offer assistance, we're willing to do so. And if anyone else is here on this call, please email Roger, Rami, or myself, especially if you would like to be a part of it in the future. I know that, Juan and IEFIC, there's quite a few counties and agencies are doing something geared around Father's Day, but fathers need support year round. And as long as we're able to connect to one another and share the resources that we're able to provide for the fathers, then we would help build the community and also build that trust.
All right. Juan, I think we're pretty much up on time, aren't we? So I want to be mindful and respectful of that, Rami. My apologies on that piece. So, but you know what, like I said, we are moving forward. We thank you for partnering with us and giving us the opportunity to be able to share what we got going on. There's much more happening. We're beginning. Next slide, Juan, I think it is. Let me see. Yes, so these are some of the things that we're looking at, some of the dates that we're going forward. As you see, this is what is taking place, and we're looking at April, June, August, and November, possibly looking at putting some events together, and as well as joining other events. We're in the process of doing that. So we are looking forward towards the future to be able to, continue this going and being impactful as much as we can, recruiting. And along with the macro, we want to eventually have the coalition ran by a bunch of superhero fathers from the community, being able to lead and mentoring other fathers, as we've seen, with Lamar's presentation and others, how impactful it is when a dad speaks to another dad, and there's no stigma or agency covering that will block any of that. So that's where we want to get to. That's our goal. And until then, we're going to continue going forward, pressing forward, and just being impactful as much as we can. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Mr. Juan. Thank you so much.
All right, it's gonna be me at this point right now. Does anyone have any other questions for these gentlemen? Thank you so much for the work that you guys do. I think that's amazing that you guys are getting the community involved to just help out the dads in the community. That's pretty amazing. Does anyone have any questions or comments at this point for these gentlemen? I can't see everybody's screen, so if you have a hand up, please chime in or throw it in the chat box. Gloria, go ahead with Gloria.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. What a pleasure to hear all these awesome opportunities. I was wondering if I like the idea that I think it was Marquise spoke to about helping families or dads that might have a suspended license. I've been involved with Prop 47 also, is another service that helps anybody, but here it would be focused at dads who might have a misdemeanor or a felony that could be dropped down to a misdemeanor or expunged. I know that those are things that limit people's access to so many services. And when something's expunged, it just doesn't show up anymore, or it shows up expunged, right? And so that just is a great place to support anyone, but especially here our parents, our dads.
Absolutely.
Tattoo
Gloria.
removal. There's so many things that our dads that have been unfortunately caught up in the probation or legal system end up with so many things that are hard to get out of. And so even just to look at cross collaboration with probation and with all these other resources to focus on those parents that are high need and that need so many support and resources.
Absolutely, absolutely. You kind of read some of the missions that we have. I mean, we were looking at the public defender's office for that. There's a program for the expungement piece, and how awesome would it be to be able to have like a resource event where we have the expungement right next to child support, and then right next to them is the opportunity for jobs. I know that in one of the parts of the county that was the issue with it wasn't the desert. I think it was around the Banning area where there were a lot of jobs with the casinos, but because of past criminal history, dads couldn't get jobs. And so that's one of the goals, is to be able to get out there with, this program. If we can get them out to be able to do that, get some expungements going, so that way we can get some dads back to work who want to work. Right. And so absolutely.
One key resource that I want to share, and I was unaware of it up until maybe a few years ago, but there's a statewide, regardless of the county that you're in, Family Law Assistance Center offers free legal support regarding your children. It's completely free. So there's oftentimes fathers, we would be at an event and they would say, hey, I have a friend who's a paralegal, or I have a friend of a friend who is trying to formally get their legal situation regarding their family or custody, kids, visitations, etc. Please remember, Family Law Assistance Center, any child support agency will be able to assist you, or you can go to the state directly. But I just want to share that resource with all of you, so then you can turn around and share it with other fathers.
Thank you for that, Marquise. Any other questions at this point? If not, I am going to proceed, and we're going to start off with the first workshop, and I'm going to introduce this new presenter. No questions? All right. So this next presenter has over 37 years of experience as a public servant in the areas of education, recreation, and human services. For the past 15 years, this person has served the district of San Bernardino City Unified School District from 2006 to 2014, Fontana Unified School District from 2015 to 2016, and is currently the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools as a family/community engagement program specialist, supporting the 33 districts throughout the county with their respective family and community engagement initiatives. Sorry, that's my daughter. He also serves as an adjunct professor at San Bernardino Valley College in the Human Services Department, where he teaches cultural proficiency in cross-cultural communication. Mars has also served on a variety of community boards. He currently serves as the president of the Governing Board of Education at Fontana Unified School District. He also serves as the executive board of the San Bernardino County Gangs and Drugs Task Force, the Inland Empire Fatherhood Involvement Coalition, and the San Bernardino County Mentoring Advisory Committee. And he was a co-founder of the Inland Empire Family Resource Center Coalition, where he served as the chairperson from 2008 to 2014. He has received an associate's degree from Riverside Community College, a bachelor's degree in public administration from California State University, San Bernardino, and his master's degree from University of Redlands in management. He is happily married to his wonderful wife, Marissa, has 4 children, Jesse, who's 33, Elena, who's 30, Andrew, 28, Isaac, 16, and is currently rearing his 12-year-old Sophia. He also has 4 grandchildren. I have to say it how Juan says it. Everyone, please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Big Brother Mars Cerna.
Andrew, thank you for that introduction, and Roger, Marquise, and Remy, thank you for that presentation earlier. What an amazing resource you have at Riverside County. I worked at Department of Public Social Services way back in the day between 2004 and 2006, managing the family resource centers there in Riverside County. So it's so nice to see how things have evolved through time. So again, thank you for allowing me to be in this space. I also want to give a shout out to my team at San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Cynthia Torres and Marissa Lasso-Neco, who I am honored to do this work side by side with, even though I do a lot of work in fatherhood engagement. The ladies there are part of the work. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit because it's important that we're all in this type of work. So, you know, before I start, I always try to give some context to who I am as an individual. I think it's important for each person who has an opportunity to share their stories and their experiences and who they are. And though I always think to myself, I have a friend of mine, Dr. Daniel Walker, who talks about being an imperfect father or an imperfect parent. And I consider myself one of those imperfect folks, right? Because none of us are ever perfect when it comes to parenting. We've all had our challenges and things of that nature. But as Andrew said, I do have 4 amazing biological children that I'm raising that I've raised, and I continue to have a strong connection to them, right? Because of who they are. From the gamut of 33 years old down to a 12-year-old niece who 3 years ago lost her father, lost her grandmother who was her guardian, and mom's in the streets. And so you got to understand that we all have, you know, these different challenges. I have a strong background in sports. You'll see a picture in the middle of me officiating basketball. I did that for 37 years as well. I retired. I thought I wasn't going to retire, but I retired in 2016 when I decided to go into leadership in the political realm, thinking I'd go back, and I didn't. So I get an opportunity to serve on a school board, Fontana Unified School District. You'll see the far right bottom corner there, me at graduation with our superintendent. Actually, 2 superintendents, my Fontana superintendent, Randall Bassett, and our county superintendent, Ted Alejandre. The far left is my niece, Sophia, who we raised. I just took her on a date on Monday. I tell dads that if you have daughters, take them on dates. It's important that they experience what how someone should treat them, and especially the male figures, so that when they're out, you know, looking and finding, you know, their soulmates, that they're a little bit picky, and it's difficult because when they do look for picky soulmates, it's tough for the other individual who's trying to court the daughter, and that's a whole different seminar in itself. But anyways, those are just many faces of me, and so I want to start with this picture here. You'll see this is an old picture way back in the 70s. This is my mom and dad taking me to my first communion at Queen of Angels Church in Riverside. So I grew up in Riverside. So to my brothers and sisters in the Riverside County area, please know that that was the foundation of my existence. And so I take you to see my dad and my mom. I didn't see my dad a lot. My dad was in the armed services, Air Force and Army, and so he was gone a lot. So my mom on the right, the little lady who was about 105 pounds wet, is the one who raised me while my dad was serving in the military. And I didn't get a chance to really engage with him until I was like in 7th grade when he finally decided to retire. And he wasn't, being stationed at different places across the world. My schooling was, very, very basic. I went to a school called Orlanza Elementary. So any of you from Riverside, you would recognize that Orlanza is not the best part of the city of Riverside. It has grown and it's gotten better in some ways, but in the time that I grew up, there was a lot of challenges in that community. I then went to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Wells Middle School, and I graduated from Norte Vista High School in the class of 1985, and there I am in my proud cap and gown. In the fall of 1985, I went to UCR. I had some connections through the UCR partnership program, and at that time, they wanted to make sure that students of color, Latinos, Black individuals were able to get to college. And so there was this partnership program. And so I thought the right thing to do is, hey, UCR had been a part of my life through the partnership program. Why not go to the college who was trying to get me there? And I attended for 2 quarters and I dropped out in the winter of 1986. School was just not for me. So I continued to work. On the far top left corner, you'll see a restaurant there by the name of Country Folks Restaurant. I worked there. I opened that restaurant back in 1984, and I worked there for 3.5 years from a busboy, dishwasher, up to kitchen manager. I also worked part-time. At the same time, I worked at the restaurant with Riverside Parks and Recreation. I eventually got a full-time job at Paris Union High School District, transitioned to Riverside Unified School District. And then I worked full-time for the city of Riverside for a little while until I got laid off in 1997 when there was a huge budget cuts, bunch of layoffs. Economy wasn't real good in 1997. And so I went to work for Alvord Unified School District, which is the district that I went to school with too. Met some amazing people, but I had to transition because the pay there just wasn't what I needed to do to keep 3 kids and a family together. And during that time, I was also going through an ugly divorce. And so I went to go work for the city of Fontana, which then transitioned to me to go to city of Rancho Cucamonga. And as I mentioned to you all earlier, I went to work at the Riverside County Department of Public Social Services, where I managed 4 family resource centers. As a matter of fact, I saw someone earlier ask a question from Mecca. Back in the day, Maria Machuca, I don't know if she's still there, but was the coordinator at the Mecca Family Resource Center. Desert Hot Springs, Paris, and Rubidoux, which is now Jurupa Valley, were the 4 centers that I managed. I transitioned to San Bernardino City Unified School District, went to Fontana Unified School District, and now I serve the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. I'm also an entrepreneur. I still love music. And so I opened up a DJ business. And so I began DJing for many, many years and retired from that. I occasionally will do something. As a matter of fact, on April 1st, I'm doing a virtual gig for the CABE conference on a Friday night, which is going to be fun. I did that last year. And as I told you, another avocation of mine is officiating youth sports and high school and college sports. I did graduate from college. Now, I told you I dropped out in 1986. It took me my lifetime. And I tell this story because if anyone here in this space is struggling with getting their education, if I can do it as a barrio kid from Riverside, anybody can do it. It took me 10 years to go through Riverside Community College. A quadriplegic by the name of Chuck got me into RCC after I had dropped out. And that's another story in itself, but mentors and people that come into your life for reasons. And so he got me in there, and it took me 10 years to get through Riverside Community College. I did transition into Cal State San Bernardino, where I spent 3 years there to get a bachelor's degree after I had already an associate's degree. And then later in 2014, I was able to complete my master's in management at the University of Redlands. And I think it's important, like I said earlier, to tell your story because everyone has a different story and everyone should be able to tell their story. And it hopefully motivates someone that might be here for you. I do come from bicultural family, Latino family. My mom is from Sevilla, Spain, and my dad was Mexican from Texas. So you can see that there was a huge cultural clash within my own household. Those of you that think that Latinos are all the same, if you're from Sevilla, Spain, and you're from Mexico, remember they didn't like each other. Remember California was part of Mexico at one time, and the conquistadores came here and colonized this area. And so for them two to be together was an amazing thing. And to be married until death do they part was an amazing thing. And again, it had its challenges. I did tell you I went through a divorce, and I am remarried to my beautiful wife, Marissa, and the rest is history. I'm enjoying life after all those experiences. Now let's get into the work of fatherhood engagement. There are a few principles that I believe guide the work of effective leaders. Every one of you in this space today is a leader in your own right. And I always tell people that you have to lead with the seat that you sit in. Whatever seat that you're sitting in right now, you need to lead from there. And so my goal is to remind you all that nobody is out in this work. What I mean by that, it's not just fathers doing the work. The women that are here, thank God for all of you because you gave us life. Happy Women's History Month. And I applaud every woman here that is listening to the work that we are all trying to do as men to make sure that men have successful outcomes. But leading and learning requires discomfort. And many of you are listening to many of us speak today, and there are things that are probably going to make you uncomfortable. And that is okay, right? Because leadership is about serving people and being people focused. And it also creates a clear and shared vision when you're a leader. And you have to create a positive culture. And that's part of the work that we need to do as fathers. When we arrive in your agencies, in your doorsteps, in your school sites, is there a positive culture that welcomes us as fathers to be a partner, particularly in the work that I do in education? And that's a great question to always ask, right? The other thing that we need to be able to do is unpack our adult mindsets, right? We all have experiences, values, different things that we've experienced. And you have to question yourself, what background and experience do you bring to your work that impacts how you engage families and in particularly fathers, right? The second question that I got to ask you is, how does your background and beliefs potentially bias your work when engaging families and fathers? And then the third question is, what do you truly believe is possible in terms of student achievement? The reason that I feel that we need to engage fathers is because it has exponential growth on student achievement when fathers are engaged in the family in the lives of children. But if you don't have the belief system that fathers truly grow academic achievement for students, then we need to really have a question and a discussion around that as well. So, I'm a hip hop junkie. Tupac wrote this song called Dear Mama. Many of you have heard this song, but when you listen to the words, you listen to the lyrics, you read the lyrics, Tupac in this song did not have a positive experience with his dad. And many of us have not had positive experiences in many, many ways. I told you earlier that my dad was serving in the armed forces. As a child, me not seeing my dad grow up, I didn't know why he wasn't home. I didn't value what he was doing until I was later in life thinking to myself, my dad was a serviceman. He was a veteran. He served our country. And yet for me as a kid, I didn't understand that. I wanted to know where my dad was, right? So for a while, I grew up, as I tell people, with a hole in my heart because I didn't really have a close relationship with my dad until 7th and 8th grade. Well, you got to understand, I'm in middle school. I'm trying to find myself. Who am I? What am I about? Am I going to hang out with the cholos or am I going to play sports? And I had to make some key decisions. If I would have hung out, which I did, I had to hang out with the cholos. When you're in a community like that, it's hard to stay away. But sports is one of the things that saved my life. But if you read these lyrics, I mean, he's out there in the streets selling rocks, putting money in her mailbox. Like, think about the things that this young man at the time when he wrote this song was experiencing. Whether it was true or not, I don't know. I don't know Tupac's true life, but this song really resonates with me when you think about the experiences that young boys have without having their father. I just earlier said, growing up with a hole in their heart, okay? Think about that, right? And how do you fill the hole in the heart? And in many ways, the hole in the heart is filled by a device. It's filled by a pimp. It's filled by a molester. It's filled by various ways, depending on how children, youth make these decisions. And if we don't intercede in the work that we do to help save some of these kids, boys and girls, then they'll continue to grow with a hole in their heart. So this is why I show this view of Tupac and his experience with his mom and his dad. So all the research shows us, all of us that are on this call understand that when father figures or fathers, and I always have to say father figures because many of us are father's figures. I told you, I am now rearing a niece who's 12. She came to us at an age 9. She came with pre-existing conditions, as I say. What do I mean by that? She was raised by her grandmother, okay? That was her predominant parent and her grandfather. Now, grandparents aren't usually parents, they're grandparents. They spoil kids, they don't create structures, they treat their children who they're raising as a grandchild. So when she came to us at 9, there were some pre-existing conditions such as doing things like cleaning your room, putting your clothes away, putting your plate in the sink after you're finished eating. Like there's certain things that she came with that she could not understand why she had to do these things. And so I'm having to unpack her. And that's why I have these dates, so we can have these conversations, so we can talk about life, so we can talk about what she likes and doesn't like, what styles, what's her vibe, right? The other day, the conversation revolved about, Nino, you know what my vibe is? And I'm like, what is your vibe, Nina? Right? Those conversations are key because you learn so much about them. So I just say that better academic performance, school behavior. Right now, kids are coming back from the pandemic crazy as hell. I'm gonna tell you that right now. My wife works in education. She works in childcare. Their behaviors right now are out the window. And there's a reason for that. Again, they were home. Many of them by themselves as parents still work. Many parents, especially essential workers. You got to think about those of us that serve in the restaurant industry, in the food industries, in the healthcare professions. Some of these families had to continue to work. So the kids were at home, homeschooled on a computer. Now they go back into social conditions, all different. So we know that they have greater social, emotional, cognitive well-being when we're involved. Criminal behavior, all the things that we're always trying to fight against. Us men being involved as fathers or father figures, no matter if you're a resident or non-resident father, have exponential positive outcomes. But what about the barriers? We need to talk about that, right? Some men, and I speak from my culture, I'm gonna talk about the Latino community. So if you're Latin male, you know where I'm coming from. It comes from this machismo, like I am not the dude. It's women's work, cultural beliefs. The other piece is we as an education system, we're not welcoming of fathers. I encourage any of you to do an audit, walk into the front office and tell me what you see. Do you see any fatherhood figure stuff on the walls? Do you see friendly environments for us to be able to communicate with, right? So these are the kind of things that we need to start thinking about, right? Leadership groups are skewed towards mothers. If you ever been involved in a PTA or school site council, I don't know if anyone here has, I was a PTA treasurer. All women. During the meeting, the president would say, ladies, is there anything else? Ladies, are there any questions? And I would have to remind the president, hello, I'm hearing back. Oh, I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen, right? Like, you got to think about those cultural biases and nuances. We're not usually at the table, okay? And if we're not at the table, I always say to people, we'll be on the menu. Think about that quote. Work schedules, all right? We, although we may not be in the home, most of us are trying to do what we can to make sure that we can at least function from a work schedule perspective. And we have irregular work hours sometimes. There are few opportunities for non-resident fathers to participate in their child's education for a myriad of reasons, all right? Sometimes it might be the mom playing gatekeeper. Sometimes it just be that the school does not communicate with non-resident fathers. All the communication goes to the mom if the kids are at home with mom. If they're with dad, then we're lucky to get that communication. But most of the time, the communication goes with the custodial parent. So if I am a dad who is not engaged, my 3 older children, for example, I had to be the one to go to the school and say, hey, what's coming up? Or ask my daughter, or ask my son. My son didn't care, but my daughter was more caring. Baby, what's going on at your school? I want to know. Daddy, we're going to go to the beach on a field trip. You want to come and be a chaperone? Absolutely. Thank you. Right? Those are those conversations. So I just say that it's not always friendly for us fathers, whether we're in the home or not. Okay. Transportation can be it. And I talked about the disagreements. And then the other thing is lack of male staff to relate to fathers. When you walk into any social service environment or educational environment, it's predominantly women. And so for me as a father, when I walk in, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not real good of explaining my problems and my situations to women. I've already had some bad experiences. I told you I went through a divorce. So if I didn't have a successful relationship later, I'm not gonna talk to you. I just don't feel like it. And from a cultural perspective, some of us aren't gonna talk to women. It's much easier for me to talk to one of my male counterparts, whether it's an older brother or sister, other brother or younger brother. I say brother because everybody in my world is a brother. All right, my brother, my cousin. Okay, I don't have any brothers and sisters. I was an only child, as you saw in the earlier picture. But everybody who's close to me, whether they're male or female, is a brother or sister. You know, I always tell my colleague Marissa, this is my little sister. That's just how we roll, right? So we have, I think, more family outside of blood than we do within family, right? Like that's just the way most of us roll. So when you're doing this work, some things to consider. Who are our fathers in the community? Are fathers living apart from their children? They're going to need something different than those that are in the home, okay? We need to differentiate the way we engage fathers. Listen to the word that I just said, differentiate. You can't do the one size fits all for us, okay? We all come from different backgrounds. Working fathers and mothers particularly appreciate weekend activities. Schools hate to hear that. And the reason they hate to hear it is because they work their butts off Monday through Friday. So now you're asking me to come in on a Saturday to do some work? Well, yes, we are. Unfortunately, because if you really want to truly engage families, there are times you're going to have to do things on the weekends. Just reality. The other thing that I encourage people to do, and this is when we do our work, when we're planning with school districts and we're really bringing in, you know, a group of people that feel like we want to really do this work, is to build a team, okay? Juan Solis is our county representative, but I guarantee you that Juan, and I know this because I've worked with Juan for many, many years, he's built a team. Look at all of us in this Hollywood Squares. Many of us support the work through the Inland Empire Fatherhood Involvement Coalition. There were some founding fathers that were instrumental in starting the foundation of that organization and getting Juan here to be able to do this work on a full-time basis, but he has to be able to do it as a team. Although he's our representative, he doesn't do this work alone. And the team is not just all men. I mean, I know we have like Doreen Ivory, I saw her on the call earlier, who works tremendously with this work, right? So we gotta get into the mindset that the team is everybody who cares about dads. That's administrators, staff, volunteers, you know, gotta call it dad engagement. That's what we're gonna work on. And then ask one or two of your identified dads, I don't care what program you work in, to commit to help lead the work, because you're gonna have more buy-in. It doesn't matter what demographic you're working with, get the buy-in from those dads. Also, start building and using, you've heard the word database? I call it a database. Database. Recruit dads that you see walking, dropping off their scholars at school. Wherever you see them, engage them. Say hello. What's up, fool? I don't care if they're tatted up or not, okay? Tatted up men are just as teddy bear as those of us that don't have them. I got a 33-year-old son that's got tattoos up and down. People see him and are scared of him. And I'm telling you, he's the most emotional kid I have. That dude will cry in a heartbeat, okay? So engage those dads. Set up informal monthly meetings. You don't have to have a damn agenda. Just have them come. Just have them come and be a part of the work. You know what I'm saying? Just show up. Have some donuts or some, you know, McDonald's or some pizza or something. Just invite them to come in, all right? And then determine how's the best way to communicate with your dads, all right? And you're gonna do that by engaging, by finding out. Is it text message? Is it phone calls? Is it face-to-face? Is it through the Zoom platform? I don't know, but determine how it's the best way to communicate with the dads that you serve. And then the other thing you gotta think about, what language appeals to us men? It's different than it is for women. If you're gonna do a fatherhood engagement workshop, on child development, guess where I'm not going? I'm not going, okay? But if you entitle it the nuts and bolts of kids, I might show up. Now we're talking about things I like to tinker with, okay? So you gotta think about language. Asking parents to help out may get a positive response from moms, but if I'm standing around and you say, hey, excuse me, sir, I need some strong hands, all of a sudden my testosterone level fills up. Ooh, I need some strong hands, I'm gonna use these muscles, right? Like that's how we feel. We embrace that. So remember, language makes a difference. We generally, again, I'm talking about generalities, we like structured activities, all right? Mothers might feel comfortable just coming to help out. We need a specific task. You need me to move them tables and chairs into the multi-purpose room? I got you. You need me to go cook some barbecue and smoke a brisket? I got you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I have to have a specific structured thing to do. I have ADHD, so I'll be everywhere. Sometimes I'm called 10-second Tom because I need a structure. I need something to help me focus, okay? So that's us men. Dad-friendly activities for schools, okay? Again, weekends, dad play day on Saturdays work. Bring your dad to school day. Again, I told you, my daughter, especially those of us that are men that have daughters, there are baby girls. So when your baby girl asks you to go somewhere, where are you going? You're going to chaperone. You're going to the father-daughter dance. You're going to do whatever it takes because you're going to make it different than it is sometimes with our boys, all right? Pinewood Derby building. Do you remember those days back in the day? I know I do. I built go-karts, I built Pinewood Derbies, and then we raced them down this little track. We stopped doing this kind of stuff. So I remind folks, look, this is a STEM activity. You build the activity, you build the car, you put a 100-foot racetrack downhill, and you get to measure speed, distance, weight, all kinds of stuff, and structure it to math. And the kids don't even know they're doing math. Hell, the parents, dads don't even know they're doing math. Some of us struggle with math now. So we're gonna learn something doing those things. Career week, we all work. Kids love to see their dads come in and show off what they do. Hell, sometimes the kids don't even know what the dads do, right? So having them come into school to speak about what they do as a career, awesome. Donuts with dads, dad day lunch, all those work. One of my favorite activities is Watchdogs. Let me tell you why I love Watchdogs. Because it gets us on campus, it improves security. Because look, when there's a whole bunch of men on a school campus, and if I was going to be a shooter at a school, think about this, man, this is reality stuff. Schools get shot up every day across the nation. And we hate to hear that. If there's a bunch of men on campus, I'm gonna guarantee you, a guy that has a gun that's trying to do bad things for kids isn't showing up because he knows that he doesn't have easy access, okay? Think about this, man. So it improves security on campus to have more dads on a campus walking around being volunteers. Now, I know we're in COVID and we're trying to go through this endemic planning, but prior to that, the schools that had watchdogs, the kids academically outperformed their counterparts who did not. Why do you think that is? Think about a social, emotional, cognitive connection to dads, men. Men saying, hello, Milo, how you doing? Hey, young man, can you pull up your pants? Hey, man, you want to go shoot a hoop in a basketball court? Hey, you want to throw a quick Frisbee? All the things that we love to do, and we're doing that on campus, kids start getting those endorphins going, and all of a sudden they're in a classroom and everything lights up, okay? That's why I love that program. So here are some pictures prior to the pandemic of one of the schools that we had watchdogs at. Look at the attendance. Do you see all them men in them pictures? They want to come and do something. You'll see the bottom left-hand corner's picture of a calendar. Here's what we would do. I would have the men come up and have them make a commitment. I need you to make a commitment on your calendar. Take a day off from work, take a day off from whatever you got to do, and put your name on the calendar, and then put that on your phone or your calendar that you write on, so that you know you have a commitment to your child at school that day. Dads show up to this program, they walk around. Let me tell you something. When they show up once, it does something to us. We want to come back again. And so what you end up having is a program where dads are coming constantly on the campus, checking in, getting a t-shirt, getting a name tag. The kids are creating relationships with these men. And again, academic performance jumps up sky high in the schools that have these active men in the schools. Monday Night Football flyer in the middle. This is an activity that happened at a school here in Fontana years ago. Priscilla organized it. Garcia, her was her name, Priscilla Garcia, and she did a Monday Night Football. I just thought, I'm gonna try this out. Dads brought lawn chairs, big old screen in the multi-purpose room, pizza and soda, sat in the multi-purpose room watching a Monday Night Football. Now I'm gonna tell you something. It might not have been legal. What I mean by that is streaming it in a school site, because we probably had all kinds of, what they call it, copyright things for Monday Night Football with the football teams. We didn't care. We just did it, right? And I'll ask for forgiveness later. If the NFL ever contacts us, I'm like, look, we're trying to get you more ratings and trying to engage fathers. What are they gonna do, sue me? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna sue Fontana? No. But I'm just saying, these are the creative things that you can do. So this is a video that I want to share so you guys kind of listen about some testimonies around the Watchdogs program. Can you guys hear the sound? No? Okay, let me stop. My apologies. I think when I shared this, I didn't hit the optimize for the sound. So let me do this again. Boom. I love Zoom. I've learned so much in 2 years from Zoom. Here we go.
Back now at 8:17 with our special series, Today Takes Action. The Ad Council is behind some of the most iconic public service announcements of all time.
As they celebrate 70 years of memorable ads, we thought we'd get it on the air.
Now, each of us chose an issue that is very important to us and teamed up with a group and an advertising agency to help raise awareness.
So I chose to spotlight fatherhood involvement, something important to both of us here. I've got 3 kids. I understand how hard it can be for some dads to take the time to be a father. We're going to show you that PSA in a moment, but first, a look at some very special dads.
So you only did that in kindergarten?
Yeah. After school, I'm gonna play with you.
Oh. Mike Zimmerman didn't clock in at the car wash this morning.
Rain, rain, rain.
Jake Endrick won't be handling any IT issues today either.
B is not okay. A is okay. You like A++.
And corrections officer Lander Wally is spending his day correcting spelling. Instead of their regular jobs, these guys are hard at work at the business of being dads. Back to school for a lesson in what it feels like to be a kid again. Raise your hand if you're a great father. Sure. All right, raise your hand if you've always been a great father. All right, go ahead. Why? Why,
Things get away from you. Children grow up. Your job. You're the wallet. You're the chauffeur. You're the go-to guy, but mom gets all the information,
These dads from Berkeley County, West Virginia are all part of a national program called Watchdogs. To participate, they simply volunteer to help out in their children's schools.
Oh, good job, guys.
My dad is kind of funny. He takes us bowling. If I tell him a story, he always listens and knows what to say.
If you have something to say and need somebody to talk to,
My dad.
all of your dads come to school every once in a while, right? Tell me why it's a good thing.
You're bonding together more.
I think we've become better friends. He knows more about me and how I do at school.
Well, he's not as grumpy as he used to be.
My baby.
At what age do you think your kids might stop thinking this is cool?
My 10-year-old, he's ecstatic when I show up in the school. He's like, this is my dad, this is my dad. I'm like, Miles, they're gonna know I'm your dad, believe me.
Mine is going to 6th grade next year, and he wants me to go with him. He just tickled to death. Yeah, it's crazy.
My son, he was ecstatic, and I get a better look at how my son is reacting in school, and he loves every time I go there.
So what have you learned about your son that you didn't know before doing this?
That he's a ladies' boy. He loves the girls, but he hides it from his mom.
Why do we need this?
Number one, study after study have demonstrated that a child that has a positive adult male role model actively engaged in his or her life is twice as likely to graduate high school as a child that doesn't, and is going to develop more fully socially, mentally, physically, academically.
So dads matter.
Dads make a huge difference.
Especially when they take time.
That's right.
You know what's interesting? When you started talking about spending time in this school, you all started smiling. That's unusual for dads to be able to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it shows how easy it is, too.
sign up and make everything better.
When I go back to New York, I'm going to do a commercial. It's called a public service announcement about fatherhood. Who can explain to me what they think other dads could learn from your dad?
He's shoving his time, his free time out of the way and his work out of the way, and he's coming to my school to be with me. It makes me feel good.
It makes me feel like super awesome that they go out of their way just to hang out with their kids. Look at that.
You mentioned your daughter, Lauren, right?
Yeah.
You may be surprised with something Lauren told us. Lauren said that before this program, quote, I didn't think he loved me a lot.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And now I do.
Wow.
It must feel good to hear her say that.
I do. I love my daughter with all my heart.
What's your definition of fatherhood now?
Being there. It doesn't take money. It doesn't take things. You can walk out in your backyard and go swing, go shoot some basketball. Wrestle. You see what little time that you're in the school, how much it lights them up. You get hungry for more, and you want more of that.
So I hope a few of you shed a little bit of a tear, right? When you listen to the testimonies of the kids, right? Think about that. So the other activities that I think about, aside from Watchdogs, look, I don't get paid for marketing Watchdogs, so I want you all to know that, is I believe in the program because I've seen it work. But other creative activities that you can do is things like, an auction of promise. This is a program where you bring dads in and you have them promise that they're going to spend time a certain day of the week. So similar to the Watchdogs with the calendar, right? But for them is that they're going to come to school. Here's one that might not be popular in the education setting, but sometimes it can be. It's called Books and Beer, right? Having a book fair at a brewery. Some of us here love to go to, places of like a Beer Hunter or not Beer Hunter. I'm aging myself. What's that spot that I like? There's a chicken wing place over in Rancho, Wings and Rings, right? You do something there, Wings and Rings. Buffalo Wild Wings, right? Maybe you work with them as a partner and you do something to collect books to donate to schools. Programs called Real Men Cook. Look, every one of us here likes to barbecue ribs, tri-tip, burgers, dogs, right? We could do cooking sessions with the kids. And then some things that are real popular right now in schools is called a makerspace. A makerspace is a room that has tools, that has three-dimensional printers, that has a variety of resources. Not all schools have them, but if there's a makerspace where you come in and you do activities with kids in the makerspace, okay? So those are just some other creative activities. And if you work in fatherhood engagement and you're an educator, how can you foster engagement? Make sure specific information concerning the mother and the father is completed on the school enrollment form, because sometimes we don't do that, right? We got to make sure that both parents, if they're around, are on that school enrollment form, because that's an important piece. Address all communication to both parents. I said this earlier, unless there's a safety issue, right? They're divorced, separated, and there's some kind of safety issue. I get that, okay? But try to communicate to both parents. When calling home to ask for a parent, ask for the father as well, right? Most parents say, can I speak to the parents of Isaac, okay? But sometimes you can specifically say, can I speak to the father? Is he home, right? And keep both parents informed through those newsletters, the emails, all the things that come out from a communication standpoint. And then ask for suggestions and collaborate. Don't assume that certain things that you're doing for us is what we want to do. Ask us. Don't be afraid to ask us. So if you're a father and you can't be engaged in your child's school, and I know many of you that do work and you think, oh, you know what, I can never show up to school. My schedule just don't allow it. On your spare times, dads, read to your children. Read a book. And if you can't read, have them read to you, okay? Take them to the library. Play games, as that dad said earlier, shoot some hoops. Take them to a park, a school, a zoo, a library. Fontana has a cultural center up on the south end of Fontana. It's a beautiful park setting with lakes and rivers and toads and grasshoppers and butterflies and all kind of crazy stuff over there. Do some routine jobs together. If you're jacking up the car outside and putting some brakes on it, show your child how to take the tires off. Girls, especially when they break down somewhere and they need to change a tire, we don't all have AAA. So you got to teach your girls how to change a doggone tire, right? I do woodwork now. My little grandson, Liam, comes over. He has these little play drills. I can't give him the real drills. So I got these little Black & Decker play drills that have a little battery and you go, bzzz, and it looks like he's drilling with me. He loves that thing. Later on, he'll be using the real drills, right? Family nights, weekly, monthly, whatever it takes. Sit down and just find out what interests your child. Like I told you, I learned so much. Monday night, I took Sophia out on a date. We went to Coffee Bean, and she was like talking about her style and her vibe and what she wants to wear, what she wants for her birthday. I go, okay, mental notes, got to do that. Family meals, if you can do those together, right? But most of all, express your love and pleasure with your children. Most of us aren't real good about being real like nurturing. So try to be as nurturing as you can with your kids. I have a 16-year-old that hates me hugging him. When he was a baby, that dude would hug you in a heartbeat. Now this fool is bigger than me and 16, don't want to hug. He's a lie because I know he's got a front. I still hug him. I grab him. I try to pick him up, but he weighs like 250, so he's a little heavier than I am. But you still got to hug him. Knock them upside their head if they need a little bit of that, right? Like, I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm talking about just a tap. Like, hey, fool, I'm still here. I'm still stronger than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to show them that you're around. So my closing statement, I tried to make this, within this hour time frame that I got for Juan, because I don't want him, yelling at me and telling me that I went over, my big brother Mars went over and stuff. But my closing statement today is that your children can be around you all day. But if you don't spend quality time with them or don't pay attention to them and talk to them and listen to them, it doesn't matter that they're just around you. Something else or someone else is going to spend time with them. So if you don't spend the time, something or someone else will. The device, another person, another male figure for our girls and our boys. Our boys need men just as much as the girls. But what I mean by that is girls, we might see them on G and 6th Street. Is that where you want your daughter? Because I'm going to tell you right now, my baby girl Lena and my Sophia are not going to be on 6th and G Street over my damn dead body. So I'm spending the time with them. I'm encouraging other men to do what they need to do. I'm encouraging the women that are on this call to be stewards and leaders of fatherhood engagement. Help us lead the work in both counties within the Inland Empire, San Bernardino and Riverside County, so that we can have exponential outcomes for these kids and lower every incidence of child abuse, crime, drugs, all the negatives that we hear in the community to positive things. The reason that I also do this work so wholeheartedly, in earlier slides, I showed you my mom and dad, Ruben and Carmen Cerna. I'm gonna highlight a couple of things here that you would probably never know about me. And I'm sure there's probably a whole bunch of people on this call that know me, but not really know me. But I want you to read that first square that I highlighted. This is my starting line in my life. I was an abandoned baby boy that was found at the corner of, and there's a little street address, 7-1, okay? Found overseas, an abandoned baby boy, okay? And this is my information that was given to me when I was found. So yes, my birthday right there, April 20th, 1967 is coming around. My name was there. The relationship to the individual that found me was lodger. Are you seeing that? I was a lodger, okay? But Ruben and Carmen Cerna raised me until I found out at the age of 33 that I was not their real child. I was an adopted child. So Ruben and Carmen gave me life, gave me my foundation. You on this call today are going to give a child their foundation. And if you don't do that today or in the future, then we're not leaders. So Juan, to all the men and women on this call today, thank you for allowing me to share this space with you all. Are there any questions?
I have no questions. I just have a comment, March. Every time I hear you speak, I get chills. I get pumped up to do more work with dads. And I can relate to you in so many ways. That is so amazing, all the work you've done. And it's just so inspiring. Growing up in West LA with no father, the gangs get in your life. But luckily for me, they kept telling me to go to school, go to school, go to school. And so when you don't have a male figure, you do have that hole in your heart So you look up to people that you want to be like. And for me, sports saved my life too, and it was basketball. And so when you idolize somebody, like for me, it was Kobe, and then they pass away, it's like, damn, that hole just reopened again. And then people like Nipsey Hussle, another hole. I'm a big Black Panther fan, just the animal in the movie itself. And then when the actor died, that was another hole for me too. So I know a lot of people in my life, because we didn't have father figures, we look up to somebody we want to be like, and all of them could be celebrities, athletes. So you try to walk their footsteps. And so I relate to you so much, Mars. And I think for you, just listening to you're somebody that I look up to and want to be like. So thank you.
Love you, my brother. Thank you for that comment, man. It made my day, and it made my month right now. I'll tell you that right now. So thank you so much. I know a lot of people always ask for contact information. So here it is. Take a picture, snapshot, screenshot it, whatever you need to do. I'm available. And I say that not only am I available, but I mean this wholeheartedly. I work with an amazing team. I love them like family. So that's Cynthia Torres, who's with me today. I think she might have been on the call. I didn't screen through, but I think she was going to be here. And Marissa Lasoneko, who, I'm going to say this, wholeheartedly. They drive me absolutely crazy, but I love them. They're great people. They're family. So if you need to reach out to them as well, that phone number there rings right into Cynthia's desk. Please feel free to reach out, and we'll serve whatever we need to serve you in the best way we can. Juan, I guess I turn it back over to you, or I don't know who the host is. Andrew today it's all you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Mars? I think Juan's going to pull up something for Mr. Mars. Give it up. Thank you, Juan, for doing that. Man, I am so
that's for both presenters this morning. Thank you all.
Yeah.
You had me tearing, man. It wasn't just a tear.
Yeah. So we are going to take a quick break, just a 10-minute break, and then we will resume. We got more great stuff coming your way. And yeah, go stretch, get some water, some coffee. We'll see each other in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone had a good break? Cool, cool. I think we're due for a little dad joke, I think. We need a dad joke right now. What is a robot's favorite snack? Anybody know? Computer chips. Cheesy, I know. All right. Got some more people coming back. Thank you, Drew. Keep it going, keep it going. All right, I have one childhood memory with my father. He used to put me in tires and roll me down this big hill, and I just rolling these old tires. Those were good years. Goodyear tire brand, get it? All right, I'm done. I'm kidding. My dad never did that. I haven't seen him for a long time, but it's all good. We are going to jump into workshop number 2 now. I'm going to introduce this next speaker, this presenter, this awesome individual. I'm going to share a little bit of his background real quick, and then we'll go from there. This next presenter for workshop number 2 has focused on assisting system-involved fathers to bounce back from life's challenges through mentorship, role modeling, and his work as a fatherhood advocate. This person is now the San Bernardino County Father Engagement Coordinator at Children's Network, chair of the Inland Empire Father Involvement Coalition, and has become a master trainer of the Nurturing Fathers program. This person has been able to increase father engagement efforts county-wide and throughout the Inland Empire, and coalition's influence has spread across neighboring counties to implement the Nurturing Fathers program so that fatherhood programs are accessible to dads seeking to gain new tools and become a better version of themselves. This person holds his faith dear to his heart. He is a husband and father of 4 amazing children and guardian of 2 awesome nephews. He also coaches soccer in his spare time, assisting in enriching children's lives through the world of sports. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Juan Solis.
I was like, who is this person he's talking about? But I am not alone. I am not alone. So I am going to introduce my co-presenters, who I appreciate so much, and I am excited to hear from them as well. Along with a lot of our other partners, Preschool Services has definitely played a huge role in our work. One of our founding IEFIC members as well, and advisory board, Mr. Phelos Hare, who was just so supportive throughout the years, recently has retired, and Miss Nicole, and well, I'll text him on a personal level, but yeah, it's definitely miss him. But however, he has amazing staff that just are carrying on the work and have been doing the work alongside with him as well. And so Miss Nicole Roach, San Bernardino County Preschool Services Department, she's a program manager, and she served in the county for about 12 years. I'm sorry, I almost said 20. I'm sorry. San Bernardino County for 12 years in various human services departments, including Children Family Services, shout out to CFS, Aging and Adult Services, and Transitional Assistance Department. In her current position as a program manager, Ms. Nicole plans and organizes and directs multiple programs under the PSD support services, including mental health, disabilities, parent, family, and community engagement, and of course, their new Fatherhood Fire grant. She provides complex and varied analysis, project management, and program development support. And alongside her is Miss Renee Linares, another program specialist, and she served the county for over 23 years in various human service departments as well. That includes TAD, Transitional Assistance Department, Program Development Division, and Preschool Services Department. And as a program specialist, Ms. Renee provides technical and program support to PSD support services, including mental health disabilities, parent, family, and community engagement, and once again, the Fatherhood Fire. So please, ladies, go ahead and unmute yourselves and say hi to everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, we have a little bit of background.
Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here.
Okay, so let me see where there she is, Miss Nicole at Spotlight.
We're
wow.
both in the same room, so we have a little, I think you need to.
Oh yeah, that's
Yes.
gonna happen.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna be sharing a little bit of what we got going on. I know part of what we say here within the coalition, and something that we've been really tackling on for about a year now, is really creating that father-friendly county. And what does that look like, right? We've been hearing a lot of the whys and the hows, right? And that's one of the main things that I enjoy about our summit, and about the partnering agencies and partnering staff members and professionals that are on this call, is we don't just talk about why fathers are important. We don't just talk about the stats, right? And that we need to engage fathers because children achieve higher rates in academic or develop healthy, socially and emotionally. It's also the how, and I think we've gotten a lot of great examples yesterday and today, and we just want to touch a little bit more on, the now what, or the how what else can I do, right? And what else IEFIC has been doing for quite some time. So as they already presented and introduced me, I do want to give a quick video in regards to what the overall goal and outcome is that we want to see, right? Because we don't get to hear it all the time, but we want to hear it from a child's perspective. Just like Mar's video, I love, and I think that was the main thing that had me tearing up, is hearing the voice of the child, because that's something huge that we talk about even in child welfare, is how can we highlight, how can we strengthen the voice of the child, right? But we also want to encourage, how can we also highlight and empower the voice of the parents, the voice of the fathers, right? So let's go to the
I have 3 daughters. Sydney is 6 years old. Layla.
What happened?
Will be 5 years old, and Charlie is 7 months old. Oh my gosh, I became a dad at the ripe age of 19. My college sweetheart, who is now my wife, we don't have a lot of outside help, so we heavily depend on each other. I work at night, she works during the day. My wife has to get up earlier for work because her commute is longer. I get the girls ready and take them to school, take care of whatever needs to be taken care of at home, picking up shifts, so leave for work about 2:30, 3 o'clock, get home about midnight, wake up and do the same thing.
It's a puzzle.
It's a puzzle. It is a puzzle. It's an unsolvable puzzle. My girls like to dance a lot, and so if I get up and do any type of dance with them, which I always do, that makes them laugh a lot. You get accustomed to being able to function off of a short amount of sleep. A full 8, it's been a while. Break time, breaks, you can get a break. I try to look at everything that they do as an opening to teach them a lesson, everything that they say. And I always question myself immediately, right? Was I too hard? Because I'm the only man, I don't want them to ever have an idea that I can't talk to dad because dad is like, dad is scary.
This is a real fear that you have, and I'm not saying it's like a fear every day.
Kind of a fear every day. I mean, think about it. What I mean by that is I think about it daily.
I like having fun with you every time, and I love the fun things that we do together.
I love the fun things that we two do.
Ah, man, y'all messing me up here.
I love you too, baby. I love the fun things we do too.
I love you, Daddy, because we just have fun. We just go in the park together. We just play Legos, and I love you.
Love you, girl. Thank you for coming. You surprised me. You surprised me.
When we go home, my daddy turns on the music and we all dance. And then we start having a dance party, and it's super fun.
All right, so man, that one always gets me. As long, I don't know how many times I've seen it, but it always gets me. And the thing is, the overall goal is obviously that outcome, right? But I think if we just paid attention to that video and saw his reaction as soon as his kids start talking to him, he starts tearing up and he just melted, right? And there's been so many times, part of my background prior to this position, I was in children and family services as a parent partner as well. And I've seen meetings where we had children and family team meetings where dad would have been upset, maybe raising his voice, really, really being angry, only because, I mean, when at the end of the day, when we ask them, what are you afraid of? Because we know that anger is a second reaction to what, right? To fear. And in this particular meeting, I asked the father and he said, I don't want to lose my kids, right? I just don't want to lose my kids. Everything I feel like no matter what I do, I'm being looked at as a bad guy. And there's been other meetings where I would, dad would be upset, seem pretty angry, obviously frustrated, I should say. But as soon as he walks out of the meeting and he sees his kiddos again, melts and just starts crying. And because, I mean, that's just the reaction, right? So anyways, I'm gonna keep moving forward. That's the overall outcome we want to see. Okay. Back to the PowerPoint. I like boring people with PowerPoints, but I'm gonna try to keep it engaging. Okay. So just to give you all a little bit of info, because I don't think we've ever always touched on who Children's Network is and what IEFIC is exactly, but I think we've done pretty good over the last few years now in regards to now. Prior to our coalition, we would always ask like, well, we bring awareness, we provide presentations, it's kind of like we had an idea of what we wanted to do, but we didn't have concrete of in that direction. Luckily, we had a lot of great support. But here at Children's Network, we are the Child Abuse Prevention Council for San Bernardino County. My program's the newest, the Father Engagement Program here within IEFIC. We also have our Coalition Against Sexual Exploitation. So if you ever want any presentations or trainings regarding human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation of children, Miss Angel Magallanes is your person. She's your go-to. She oversees our case program and does amazing work with the DA's office and the Sheriff's Department, among so many other folks. In regards to mentoring programs, Ms. Doreen Ivory is your person because she will connect you to any mentoring programs for youth or connect any folks that want to become volunteers and become mentors. She can connect the mentors to programs as well. And vice versa, we'll connect the programs to the youth. So it's kind of 2 and 2. We also have our early childhood mental health systems that's overseen by Ms. Wendy Alvarez. Our child death review team, we coach Children's Network co-chairs the child death review team. So any death that comes, any youth death comes over our office, and we want to make sure that we highlight any trends that we see and bring public service announcements, presentations and so on. We also have our child abuse. Also, as I mentioned, we're the Child Abuse Prevention Council. Ms. Zaneta Brown oversees also the San Bernardino ACEs Task Force and the Inland Empire Maternal Mental Health Collaborative, along with Ms. Hillary Stinson Ray. Some of our awareness campaigns, we bring awareness to our Shaken Baby campaign, Safe Sleep. You might have seen some of our bus ads with these campaigns, along with our domestic violence campaign, maternal mental health, child abuse prevention, and as I mentioned, father engagement. IEFIC was established back in 2013. Mars was definitely and one of our founding fathers, along with Phalos and Lesford Duncan, Damian Wright. I'm just dropping names. James Moses, who you heard from yesterday. I mean, we had these founding fathers that really try to focus on fatherhood and, hey, let's create something, right? First 5 San Bernardino, Children's Network, and as I mentioned, a lot of county and community organizations. There was started very small, but I mean, we've grown so much, and I do not want to leave anybody out. And that's our mission, our vision. Okay, that's what we came up with. That's what we definitely want to continue moving on. And we wanted to look at, okay, so we understand the challenges, right? We understand in San Bernardino County, 1 in 3 children are without a father. We understand that, we have a huge representation of single mother homes, single parent homes, right? But what else can we do? Why is this important? And we looked at father involvement in general. How is it defined? What is it that what is it that is being looked at? And we see that there can be no father involvement. We can't say there is father involvement if there's no positive engagement, right? Direct interaction. Accessibility. If father doesn't have accessibility to his child, because whatever barrier may be, gatekeeping, incarceration, whatever it is, right? There's no father involvement there. Responsibility. If dad's not taking responsibility, or if dad doesn't even know, right, that he has a responsibility because he was never informed. There's been occasions, believe it or not, of that situation, particularly in child welfare. We've had a lot of different instances where the children were already at the adoption stages, and dad didn't even know, number one, either he didn't have that he had a child, or number two, that mom had a case. He had no idea because he was away for so long, or was not allowed to be around his children. We already heard what the benefits are in regards to positive father involvement. We've heard yesterday and we heard today, but it's associated with positive social, emotional, cognitive outcomes for children and infancies. And I love that Dad's Coalition was right on point, because yes, there are myths even to this day that we still hear. Fathers are dispensable, can't parent, can't nurture, don't want to be involved, don't want to spend time. Children will be abused if cared for by single dad or just dad himself. Young fathers run from responsibility. Black fathers are absent. We know that now that young fathers will not run from responsibility, but it's the exclusion. Once they're excluded from decision making, once they're excluded from being involved with mom, particularly with our teen dads, because parents don't appreciate or do not like that. Hey, my teen daughter got pregnant, you need to stay away from her, you ruined her life, or we had plans, and so on and so on. But what we're doing is just pushing dads out, and I think we've done that far enough. But we know now that if teenagers are given the opportunity, they will step up, right? Black fathers are absent. Although the share of Black children born to single mothers has more than tripled, from about 24% in the 60s to 70% in 2018, indicating that Black fathers are less likely to live in a household with their children than fathers of other races. Research does tell us, though, that Black fathers are deeply engaged with their children, and physical separation is not always the same with lack of father involvement. All right, we see some of these stats here. We've heard them all day. Yesterday, we've heard them today. But yes, even especially compared to pregnant women without father support, we know that pregnant women with father support experience a lower prevalence of pregnancy loss. And again, you heard me say this before. Some of you may have heard me saying this before in regards to these next two slides. I don't know why we wasted money. We could have put the money on this research on some actual fatherhood programs, but here it is in writing. Dad's involvement during pregnancy positively influence health outcomes for mom, dad, and baby. It's common sense, in my opinion. But hey, there it is. It's not just saying it. There's been research done. We see the poverty rates, right? We know that children raised in father-absent homes are more likely to experience behavioral problems, suffer from obesity. So the why, right? We know the whys. We heard Mars talk about father involvement in schools, and you can easily say that kids do better, right? When they succeed in higher rates when fathers are involved, or when parents are involved. But this is specific. They're more likely to get straight A's when a father's involved in their child's education. Daughters are less likely to engage in risky sexual behavior when they have a consistent, keyword, consistent contact and a sense of closeness. I got 3 daughters, 3 sons, and every time I present, I make sure that I go home and I love all my girls extra, because I don't want them engaging in any sexual behavior, much less risky. But again, that key word is consistent contact, sense of closeness, right? Involved dads lead to less distress in toddlers. So that's the why. So we got together and we had to look at our logic model, and this is still in the works. And I got to give a big shout out to Professor Garza Tibereo. See, I even make sure that I pronounce that. I put in parentheses how to pronounce it. But Mr. Garza, professor out of Las Vegas, Nevada, has definitely helped us out with this, and there's still a work in progress. We want to make sure that we work out all the kinks, but this is what we're looking at in regards to our logic model, right? The inputs, activities, and outputs, because we just heard about the why, and as we have so many times before, we need to talk about more. We need to talk more about how, right? how can we engage, and who can and should be engaging dads. And that's any family servicing agency. If you're a family servicing agency, we need to be able to intentionally engage fathers and be more inclusive of, right? What do your events look like? What do your flyers look like? Some of the strategies and concepts that Mars was talking about, and I put in the chat, is that those same strategies can apply to our family servicing agencies, right? When was the last time we held a fatherhood event? When was the last time you called in the fathers, right? It's not calling out the dads, it's calling in the dads. We focused on creating, in regards to our outputs, we really wanted to focus on creating awareness on the importance of the father's role in a family and a community. Through our presentations and our monthly meetings, we leaned on current relationships. We've created new ones along the ways. One of the things that I always preach on is that I didn't want to go by assumption, because prior to myself coming into this position, we had amazing leaders, board members, and so on. However, I didn't want to assume that they've touched the ends of San Bernardino County Inland Empire, right? I wanted to start from scratch and make sure we wanted to start from scratch and make sure that we were able to continue the work and, continue bringing folks back into this work. And then we had our activities, right? And through these activities, we not only connected with fathers, but we listened to them. Some of their feedback was, and same things that I heard from my dads back in my parent partner days, is I want to be engaged with my children, but when I look out in the community, there are little to no services, specifically for dads. And believe it or not, I still have this 10 years later, our first fatherhood breakfast event within Children and Family Services. We had our Father's Day breakfast event where we brought in dads. We recognized 3 Father of the Year awards. We brought in resource vendors. We had some great keynote speakers, and we're like, you know what, we're going to put together a fatherhood resource list. So I was one of the folks that were tasked, one of the partners that was tasked to look for all, every fatherhood program that's in our county, or that's in the, local area, so that we can connect our dads to. And we have 6 total agencies, but only one was actually providing a fatherhood program. But we wanted to make sure that we had a resource list, period. But we saw this and we're like, you know what? It's kind of embarrassing. But at the same time, we said, no, let's hold ourselves accountable. Let's use this as motivation. Okay, we're gonna increase numbers. Next time we come up with a resource list, it's gonna be more programs. So let's start off with this tiny little paper. Let's go ahead and just add these on. And we took on that task. Some of our outputs, again, we started our Nurturing Fathers program, facilitator training in 2015, I want to say. And we've had agencies attend our fatherhood facilitator trainings, so that more agencies that are interested in implementing a fatherhood program had a curriculum. And the main purpose for that was that these fatherhood programs can be accessible to any dad within our regions, within our county, that's looking to become a better version of themselves and gain new tools. Because there's no such thing as a bad dad. There's only unaware dads, not educated dads, not understanding the importance that they are to their children's lives. Dads that have been lied to all their lives. And I don't mean system blaming. I just mean all their lives that they themselves are not important. Because I've never met a father in all my 10+ years working with dads that did not love his child. Every single father that I ever came across loves their child, but they just didn't realize how important they are to their child's life. So you can see this, you can see where we're heading, right? We had areas that we're going to focus on: education, support, PR, outreach, evaluation. How are we, how good are our trainings? How good are we doing? Our events, are our events doing well? Are we reaching our partners? Are we building capacity? So this is in part what we do. We started rolling out these father engagement trainings because we saw, and again, we listened to our dads, right? I don't feel there's no programs out there for me. When I go into these programs that are in existence, I don't feel welcomed. You heard Mars say the same thing, even within our school systems, right? Some of our dads are like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. They hug on mom. Not that dads want hugs, but they hug on mom, welcome mom at the schools. But when it comes to me, they're like, well, or not, sometimes don't even get acknowledged, right? Even in doctor's appointments, when I had when I first started as a young parent, even at doctor's appointments, my daughter's a little person. She has a chondroplasia, which is a type of dwarfism, one of the most common types of dwarfisms. And every time we went to the doctor's appointments, I kid you not, the doctors would mainly engage with mom. Every once in a while, I'll get a glance. But when they're asking questions in regards to, okay, medicine this, medicine that, how often do you do this? How often do you do that? My wife was like, well, you can ask him, because for the most part, he likes taking care of that. Like, I help out, but that's his area. Like, he makes sure it's scheduled. He makes sure this and that. Her CPAP machine is, at this level, and so on and so on. And so again, we listen to our dads, is that we don't really feel welcomed, right? So we started rolling out our father engagement trainings. And we may say, you know what, I feel pretty confident in engaging fathers. I feel pretty confident in providing customer service. And that may be the case. And I appreciate the fact that you do. However, there have been a lot of, and never fails, every training, I have a staff member that say some things along the lines as, I always sided with moms. I've always made sure that mom was taken care of and the kiddos was taken care of. After this training, I realized, number one, there's two sides to the story. Number two, where this implicit bias came from. I had a bad relationship with my dad. I had a bad relationship with my husband. And now I realize how much that's impacted the way I engage families and don't engage fathers, right? I had another staff member say, hey, after I've been working with this family for quite some time, never once did I ask about dad. I didn't want to overstep boundaries. And this was a gentleman, by the way. I didn't want to overstep boundaries and ask about dad. I didn't know what I was going to get myself into by asking. He said, but after this training, I realized I have a responsibility to engage the family as a whole. Okay, a responsibility. And most importantly, I had the confidence to ask about dad. And so he simply asked, hey, we've been working with the family for quite some time. Can we get dad in the mix? And what did the mom say? He's in the next room. You want me to go call him? I always tell him what we talked about, but we didn't think he had to be here. Ooh, eye opener, right? So again, these father engagement trainings are remarkable. We also have, again, as I mentioned, our Nurturing Fathers program. We lean on partnerships, right? This isn't, we don't charge. We're not trying to make a buck. We're trying to make fatherhood programs. We're trying to expand our fatherhood programs throughout the region of the Inland Empire. So we partner with plenty of agencies. Trained over 60 staff members in over 20 agencies throughout the Inland Empire in both Riverside and San Bernardino County, and recently even reached out to Orange County and LA County to provide these trainings as well. So any program looking to implement the nurture or any fatherhood program, but we have master trainers within the coalition. We started off with 1, then 2, now we have 3, and 2 more on their way. 2 more on their way to becoming a master trainer. And that's what we want. We want to be able to make sure that if something happens to myself, something happens to any of our master trainers, that this program sustains itself. It keeps moving on and keeps living on. And that's the number one important thing. It's not about Juan Solis. It's not about nothing else other than that the fatherhood efforts, our father engagement efforts, and this Nurturing Fathers program or any fatherhood program continues on even after, right? Well, we also provide consultations to school districts. We work, as you saw, some of the pictures that Mars shared. This is some of the stuff that we look at, and as far as marketing. And again, this could go even for our family servicing agencies. Look at your marketing efforts. What do your flyers look like? Are they, gender neutral? This school in particular here with the coffee with the principal said they never had a father attend any of their events, but they included this new flyer and they included Father's Welcome. And they saw 3 dads the first time, 7 dads the second time. The third time they said we saw 11 dads, and we just, we're going to continue to make sure that we call in the dads and specifically invite the dads to come out. We had a donuts with dads. You see a room full. Getting them there is one thing, keeping them there is another. And once you get them there is the most important part. What are you providing? What information, right? Some of our dads didn't even know that they were able to, how to volunteer in their schools. They didn't know that there was a background check you had to go through and all that. So, that's really, really important. And then I feel that we punched the pandemic in the mouth. We had a lot of schools reach out, or a couple schools reach out. Hey, there's nothing really we can do right now. It's not in person. So we gave some ideas, and we kicked off chats with dads at Victor Elementary School District. We just pretty much picked a topic out of the Nurturing Fathers program and just ran it as a support group, because really it was just a lot of dads wanting to get heard, right? Needed somewhere to vent. We have our Father's Toolbox video series. You can find it on our Facebook page. And let's see what happens if I click on it. Nothing happens. Okay. I am going to definitely bring this up real quick, only because it's part of how we provide some of the feedback, or provide some of the events that we have going on. Can y'all see that? Somebody come off mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Which was my favorite one? Oh, you know what? Let's bring up the one. Mars is saying something about. So as you can see, some of our videos here, but here's one.
Juan Solis here, Father Engagement Coordinator with Children's Network. Today on Father's Toolbox, we'll be talking about the importance of the father and daughter relationship. It's important that the relationship between a father and daughter is close. They're less likely to become promiscuous and get pregnant at an early age, or even experiencing early sexual activities. A daughter gets their sense of value of who they are from their father. And here are some tips of what you can do to strengthen that relationship. You ever thought about taking your daughter on date night? Hey, it's doable. I've done it. Get creative. Just talk about any silly little thing. What happened at school? What's going on? What clubs are they in? What clubs would they like to be in? Engage. Guide them. It's important. Get to know their friends. It's important that you know who they're hanging out with. Make sure you monitor what they're doing on their phones, but don't be overbearing over it. Thanks for watching Father's Toolbox, and remember, learn to be content, but don't stay content.
Hey, that was pretty cool. But out of those videos, okay, I'm sorry, I need to get back to where so I can see some of your faces, because I love seeing all the lovely faces this morning. But out of those videos is how we got a lot of the schools reaching out and say, hey, we saw your videos. Can you help us engage fathers? We want to see fathers more on our campuses. And that's like music to my ears. That's really what we want to see, right? More dads involved in their child's education, and so on. This is another campaign that we have. This is actually streaming on actual television through our partnership with Spectrum. It's also running through their streaming services and on social media as well, because we believe, fathers are irreplaceable. That's our main campaign. And this is another video that's going to be running this year. Hey, you're the first ones to see it, except for those that I already showed it to at our meeting.
My favorite superhero keeps me safe. Mine is there when I need a lift. And mine always saves the day. My superhero is my dad.
Kids with involved fathers perform better in school, develop stronger, and have a higher chance of success in life. So be there for your child, because good dads are heroes, but great dads are
superheroes.
For fatherhood resources, call Children's Network today.
That's pretty inspiring. Anyways, I thought it was cool. Oh man, I can't get tired of seeing that one. That one's so cool. They had I love the cast that they got. I almost got casted, but my manager didn't let me. But anyways, we also provide education to the community by hosting our monthly, as I mentioned, our monthly meetings. We call it the lounge. It's not a club. It's our actual monthly meeting, the second Wednesday of every month. You saw our Father's Toolbox videos. We want to really just try to give, number one, a positive image of fatherhood in social media. And number two, some quick tips for our dads of ways they can engage with their children, things that they can do, activities that they can do with their children, right? How to get involved in their child's education. So definitely follow us on Facebook and share those videos. We participate in any outreach, any events in regards to resource fairs. If you have an event going on in your agency, we will be there, pop up our tent, and provide some of this fatherhood literacy. We also provide strategies and technical assistance. Our TA, our technical assistance part and consultations, free of charge. Again, we want to be able to sit with you and your staff and look at what does father engagement look like in your agency, right? What do you have walls on? And I think Mars touched on this, and we had a few folks touch on this already. But do you have pictures on the walls of fathers engaging with their children? Do you have pamphlets or magazines in your lounge or in your lobbies where that fathers can relate to or can learn from? Such as our pamphlets, our fatherhood literacy pamphlets, or is it just Better Home and Gardens? And don't just put Sports Illustrated and think you covered it, because I mean, come on, seriously, don't put us in that box, right? We want to be able to read other things aside of that. It's not just sports that we're into. I ain't gonna lie, I love sports, but I'm just saying, what else can we have out there in our lobbies? We've even had some of our partners reach out and actually play these videos in their lobbies to create a father-friendly environment. Child Support Services was one of the first ones that reached out and say, hey, we're going to put that out on our lobbies. And they've had some great feedback at their offices in regards to those videos. It really gave a sense of, hey, they're really trying to engage me, or they see me as other than just this financial piece, right? And that's another thing that we need to focus on is, how are we messaging through social media or through any of our channels, right? Are we looking at fathers as only providers or only protectors? Even though we do provide finances, right? But we provide more than just that, nurturing, so on and so on. So again, these strategies and technical assistance meetings are always have been helpful, and a lot of folks have been providing a lot of great feedback in regards to implementing these fatherhood programs. We have a strategy now, we have a strategic plan in place. So now we got social media covered, we got our flyers covered, we got buy-in from leadership. So now we're ready to roll, and the Nurturing Fathers program is up and going. All right, so what else have we been up to? Fathers are irreplaceable. So June here in San Bernardino County, June is Fatherhood Awareness Month. It was proclaimed through the Board of Supervisors of San Bernardino County. And we try to hold events, but it's not just about events, right? We know, and I heard this earlier, Marquise said it perfectly. Yes, fatherhood is on June, but dads need support year round. Parents need support year round, right? And so the Nurturing Fathers program and our fatherhood programs are really an important piece to stay connected to. However, these are some of the events that we held. Our fatherhood breakfast event, believe it or not, it's coming back this year. Those are good news right there. We're bringing it back. Fatherhood, our summit, we have obviously this summit here for professionals, but we also have something going on for dads. And again, remember this little tiny paper, cute little resource list that we had. Hey, I am proud to say that we have more. We are expanding beyond of what we even thought of through our strategic planning meetings and our awesome coalition members that have voiced ideas. We have a fatherhood program in the mountain region, in the high desert region, in the low desert region, in the west end, in the valley, man, in the highways and byways. We're going to try to get them there, right? United Way 211 has been a huge instrument in providing these fatherhood resources. Family Man Ministries, John Fife has his boot camp for new dads. However, right now, currently, he's only in Pomona Valley Hospital, but we are in the process of getting this boot camp for new dads within our hospitals as well. We just recently had a meeting, and we're just trying to keep this work going forward. Because the best way to engage a father is when he becomes a father. So again, these are just other fatherhood programs that have been involved. 24/7 Dad Ryan Berryman. As a matter of fact, he has a daddy-daughter dance this weekend. If you want more info on that, follow us on Facebook or send me your email and I'll make sure you get that as well. Sigma Beta Psi Family Services, Ms. Akosua Atua Hene. Her program has a 24/7 dad curriculum as well. Okay, we don't just talk about Nurturing Fathers program. Any fatherhood program we want to see out there, because dads need these resources. And as you can see, Riverside University Health Services in Riverside has also launched this program. But one of my most exciting pieces is preschool services. As you see them listed last, but certainly not least, they have been so instrumental in our work, and even went after a fire grant. I'm not going to put all their money into business, but it was multi-million-dollar grant for the next 5 years, and they're going to present in regards to what they've been up to.
Thanks so much, Juan, again for having us. And as much as we love to present on preschool services and what we're doing with fatherhood, because we're really, excuse me, new, I love listening to everyone's ideas. I've been writing down things about how we can improve for our department. And clearly, Renee and I are not fathers, but we have our own experiences, both professionally and personally, that means the cause is dear to our heart. As Juan stated, I came from Children and Family Services. I was a social worker over there, and I would say out of many agencies, there is a lot of bias in CFS towards fathers, specifically dependency court, and it was hard to see some things happen. Personally speaking, I had my daughter when I was 17 years old, and she's now 18, and her dad was not involved. So I'm seeing a lot of effects from that showing up now with just her own feelings on the matter. So I think it's, again, I love attending these. We're going to try to come as much as we can so we can improve our program. So does Juan have the PowerPoint up, or does Renee? Juan does? Okay. Perfect. So I'm going to just talk about the history of preschool services and where we started with fatherhood, where we're at now, where we're going. And then Renee is going to kind of talk about some strategies that we've been using here. So we can go to the next slide, please. Perfect. So here at Preschool Services, our mission is to improve the well-being of children, empower families, and strengthen communities. I think it's really interesting to kind of see the different mission statements from different agencies. While ours doesn't specifically say father, we talk about empowering families, which includes the father. We also talk about the well-being of children, and we know we've heard it during today and yesterday as well, that having two parents involved increases the outcome of children and their livelihoods. So while we don't mention fathers here, we talk about empowering families, and that is our mission as a whole. And we talk about our children excelling, whatever setting they do, quality of life for the families. And you'll find out, we'll go over it a little bit later, but I just came to Preschool Services in July. I just kind of inherited the fatherhood program with Renee in November. But I was surprised to know all of the things that Preschool Services have. It's a very comprehensive program, and it's not just daycare. So it's really great to be a part of Preschool Services, and I'm sure someone might learn some new things today about what we provide, because I was shocked. I was like, wow, this is great. I had no idea. And I worked for the County of San Bernardino for 12 years. No clue whatsoever. So we can go to the next slide, please. So as I said, what we do. So it's a national program. It's everywhere throughout the United States. And we have comprehensive child development services for children's ages 0 to 5. So we have within Preschool Services, we have a mental health team, a disabilities team, which I also support. So if we have a child that is having some developmental issues, we help link them to get IEPs, their IFSPs. If they need something specific to them in the classroom, we provide those, like sensory boxes, strategies to the teacher. If we notice that a child is having some challenging behaviors, we have mental health specialists that will go out and provide strategies again to the teachers. We also provide services to the family. So if there's a child or a family member who has experienced loss, our trauma, we contract with a team of MFTs who provide clinical services. So not only to the child, but we're talking about mom, dad, caregiver, if it's a foster youth, that caregiver as well. So again, this is some things that I had no clue about. And I think it's amazing that we provide these services, not just inside the classroom, but outside the classroom and to the family as a whole. So as I mentioned, we have MFTs who provide some clinical services to our kiddos. And I think during COVID, we were all virtual, but we were still providing that support. And there was a huge need for it. We had children experience loss, families experience loss, and we were able to link them up to have some individual counseling with a licensed professional. So it was really great. We also provide health and social service development, behavioral screenings, school readiness. Our goal too is to get our kiddos ready for kindergarten. We have nutritional services, education screenings, and referrals needed. So we do vision, we do hearing, we check weight, and if there's any issues, we help refer to, make sure that gets checked out and we follow up. We have parent education, family support, and social services designed to support and empower Head Start families. So I also have our parent family community engagement program. So we provide various workshops, different topics like money management, first aid, allergies. Most of our stuff right now is virtual because we're still, in this weird pandemic times, right? I definitely am pushing for in-person, but we are providing virtual workshops. We have family service workers who work with the parents, and they try to set up goals, identify strengths, needs, and we partner with 211. We actually have a 211 rep in our office, in our admin office, 2 days a week. And I think she's attending this workshop. I saw her name earlier. Her name is Marianne. She's amazing, by the way. We can link them directly with her, and she'll follow up with our families to be like, oh, you need help with housing, we can help you out. She's a great resource. So we're not just daycare. And that was like surprising to me. So I don't know if that's surprising to anybody else out there, but we provide all of these comprehensive services for the child and the families at large. Next slide, please. I'm actually going to have you skip one more if that's okay, Juan. So I'm going to read the prior slide. I don't normally like to read all of it, but it's a great story. This was well before I got here, and Juan kind of mentioned the start with Phalos, a previous director who I've heard great things about, but I did not meet him. I work under Miss Jackie Green now. So I'm going to read this story, and these are the pictures of the individuals that I'm talking about. So in March 2013, PSD embarked upon the pilot project of the Fatherhood Engagement Program at the Del Rosa Head Start site in San Bernardino. The meeting was facilitated by an unassuming site volunteer and father, David Fuentes. David, albeit reserved, had passion and strength in his love for fatherhood. David was a father to 5 children and coached a Little League baseball team. David was very involved in his family and was aware of the impact a positive male role model have on the lives of children. The most fascinating and touching aspect of David's story was that 10 months prior to the first meeting of the pilot project, David had lost his 6-year-old son, Dominic, to cancer. David's endurance and perseverance was driven by his desire to carry on his son's legacy and to be greater than the loss and hurt he experienced as a result of Dominic's passing. David's love, dedication, and involvement with all of his children, but more specifically his son Dominic, should be an example to all fathers of how to devote yourself to your children. Each day a parent spends with their child is precious, and the responsibility of parenting, including educating your child, should not be taken lightly. Dominic's 7th birthday fell on the day of the first meeting for PSD's pilot program. Little Dominic's life ended way too soon, but PSD's Fatherhood Engagement Program is dedicated to him and PSD's desire to continue to impact families for years to come and carry on the legacy of the relationship between Dominic and his father, David. I get goosebumps reading that. I think it's just an important reminder of, for those who are not fathers, just to read his story, to have that inspiration, to refer back to it. I mean, this man suffered a huge loss and he still wanted to be a part. He felt so passionate about this that he still continued to move forward even after suffering that loss. So I have a little bit of goosey bumps right now, but I wanted the picture of him on the screen while I was reading and sharing that story. We can go to the next slide. So the goals of the Fatherhood Engagement Program, when it was piloted back in 2013, was to impact the culture of all PST staff and locations, support fathers' involvement in their children's education, assist staff in countering negative experiences, provide more opportunities for fathers to engage with their children, build upon the agency's established family engagement program, integrate positive outcomes, and achieve results for children who are healthy, ready for school. So these are the goals that started back in 2013, and they're going to be continuous, because even now, we walk through sites and, we're trying to get the images up that show fathers with children, not just moms. And so I've seen that just in the short amount of time I've gone to various sites, and I've seen that, and I'm like, oh, yay, this is great. But there's still work to be done, right? So we've started a foundation, and we're going to continuously look at what we've done and evaluate that and have those conversations within our agency, and then spread it out to different agencies as well, right? I just was part of a meeting with a family and site staff at one of our preschools, and all I heard was about mom. It was mom calls, mom does this, mom. So I go to the meeting and I was like, oh, wow, there's dad here. Cool. They weren't together, but they co-parent amazingly. I mean, this dad came with mom, and they were there advocating for their child. And it was a great meeting. And I was just like, I wonder why I was never told about the dad. Like, why wasn't he part of the conversation? It would be great to know, like, hey, this child comes and he's got two parents involved, two parents advocating for him, two parents with concern, but all I heard was mom. So internally, I'm like, okay, fatherhood brain's going, right? We need to start having these conversations with our staff and training our own staff about, recognizing the dad and documenting that. We had conversations with the dad and he was present. So meeting went great. I get a plan afterwards and I just see mom's name on there. So I email my worker back and I was like, hey, why isn't dad on here? And I don't know if I would have done that prior to becoming involved with our fatherhood program, but because the wheels are turning, it was like a response, like, hey, where's dad's name? Oh, we can't put dad's name because he's not on the application. And so here I'm thinking about, well, how it's not going to make dad feel, right? He was at the meeting, he came, he voiced concerns, and he is this child's parent. So it's not going to get solved in a day. We're not going to fix all the problems, but it's going to be ongoing conversations and training. So the next time we have a meeting and we have both parents there, that we can put both parents on the plan that were there advocating for their child. So again, these are our goals, but we're going to continuously reevaluate them and strive to make sure that we can accomplish them. And at the bottom of this slide, it says, fathers should never be treated as a secondary caregiver. We can go to the next slide. So how's it going? Fatherhood Fire. So we, as Juan mentioned earlier, Preschool Services applied for a 5-year grant in 2020. And some of those goals are to increase economic stability services, healthy marriage education, and activities designed to foster responsible parenting. The FIRE stands for family focus, interconnected, resilient, and essential. So we are now in program year 2, and we are continuously just getting better by, going to these events and training staff and taking ideas. I mean, we are welcome to any ideas on how we can make it bigger and better. I have some of my FIRE staff on this workshop, the summit. So excited about that because we didn't have FIRE staff for a long time. So it was just a little crew and we're just getting bigger. We're hiring more. So really excited to see, what happens with this program. So originally just looking at fathers who were enrolled in preschool services. And so if they're interested, we do provide the Nurturing Father program curriculum. So it's a 13-week program. We provide the dads with laptops. And in addition to that, we provide 8 case management sessions with them. So case manager and the dad to talk about, any strengths, any needs, anything that the family needs, how do they feel about the workshop? So it's just time dedicated to them at their pace. If If they don't want to talk, then they don't have to, but it's just an extra opportunity of time dedicated specifically to them. We make sure to let them know too about our other programs that I didn't mention earlier. We do have an apprenticeship program, which helps if anyone's interested in learning a trade within preschool services, we allow them to come on site, get that experience, and hopefully get them to the minimum qualifications where they could actually apply for that job, and then we would hire them. And preschool services is always hiring. And then we also have an online high school program where we're partnered with San Bernardino County Library. So those are part of the conversations. And again, we're program year 2, and we are going to be expanding, allowing not just preschool service dads, but any dads with children 0 to 5. So we can hopefully get more dads to become involved. We are doing our sessions virtually still, but hopefully we'll get to in person. And I think this ends my session, and we're going to hop on over to Miss Renee. So thank y'all.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us. Before I start into the next slide, I just want to kind of go over everything that I've been hearing. Heard Mars talk about how he feels. He wouldn't want to go to a meeting or something full of women, and like Nicole says, we're not fathers, but we do have our own experiences. I didn't have a father in the home. My nephews didn't have a father in the home, and I am fortunate to have my children's father, who is very active in their life. We are not together, but we do definitely both advocate for our children. He is definitely always there, and I can see the differences and the different experiences that my children are able to have, and opposed to what I didn't have. So we do have our own experiences with fathers or our children's fathers that we are bringing. Like she said, again, we kind of inherited this program back in November, and I want to give a shout out to Andrew and Juan. Thank you both so much, because we had a flame event last year, and that was really they threw us into the deep end with that. We inherited it, and they said, you have to put this event on. And thank you for Andrew and Juan for being there and kind of showing us what to do, how to talk, and opening our eyes, because again, implicit bias. We, as mothers, as single mothers, as a daughter who didn't have a father in the home, we have implicit bias in our head. But being educated by Juan, Andrew, and so many others, we've been able to open our eyes and see things from a different perspective. So thank you to everybody, Juan, Andrew. And as we go on, we talk about partnerships. I know Juan talks about having partnerships, and Mars talked about partnerships. And that's what we want to do. We want to create partnerships. We want to work together and learn how to engage fathers and keep them involved. So that's what we're going to talk about now, is how to engage fathers, how to keep them involved, and how to create father-friendly environments. So here, how do we change the focus from involving and including fathers to actually engaging fathers? It's one thing to just involve them, like I think the story Juan talked about, that the father was in the next room. So he was involved, he was there, but was he really being engaged? He wasn't. They had to bring him in to actually engage with him. So to involve is to enfold or envelop, but to engage is to come together and interlock. So that's what we want to do with our fathers here at Preschool Services, and with all of our partnering agencies. We want to bring our fathers in and actually work with them and teach them and train them how to be better fathers, engaged fathers, and go back to their homes and engage with their children. So that's what we really focus on here with our Fatherhood Fire program at Preschool Services Department. Next slide. And so how do we do that? I know Nicole talked about going into our preschool sites, and we really are working hard on trying to create those father-friendly environments. And with our Fatherhood Fire program, you know, we want to spark these conversations. I'm going to use all those cute little words. You know, we want to spark those conversations and get all of our partnering agencies to start thinking about their own agencies and how they can create father-friendly environments as well. So I want to do like a little practice here, and I want like everybody to close their eyes. Those of us who aren't fathers, we need to try and imagine we're fathers. And I want you to guys close your eyes and just go into, you know, a setting. Think you need some type of service, and you're walking into a human services building. Maybe you need some housing assistance, or maybe you need some food stamps, your child support, any one of these agencies. You're walking in there. What do you want to see? What do you see now? What would make you feel more comfortable walking in and asking for help? Imagine what you would want to see on the walls. What would make you feel comfortable? So those are the kinds of things that we want to spark conversations about. We want you guys to start looking at your own agencies, your social media platforms. What images are you putting out there for the public to see? We want to create these environments that are comfortable and for fathers. When I think of a comfortable environment, I always think of a man cave, or, you know, the barbershops. Barbershops nowadays, it's just like, you know, it's like just a community. They have their drinks, they have pool tables there, they have games for the kids. These are all types of environments where I think men feel comfortable, fathers feel comfortable just going in and being themselves and not afraid to speak their mind. So we challenge you to go back to your agencies and look at your social media posts, look at your marketing, look at your walls in your agencies, and please, please, please try and put yourself in the perspective and shoes of a father and make those changes to try and make them your department more welcoming. So go to the next slide. Can we go to the next? Oh, there we go. So our Fatherhood Fire program, we, like Nicole said, we are in our second year. It did start off father engagement, and now we have this wonderful fatherhood grant, fire grant, that we have money to spend, and we have cohorts. We've had one cohort already finish, and we reached out to our fathers and asked them to give us their stories, tell us what they thought of our program and how it helped them. So this is what Mr. James has to say about his experience with our Fatherhood Fire program. So it says, the Fatherhood Fire program gave me a place where I could grow as a dad, surrounded by other dads that I could connect with. In the program, I learned tools to strengthen the foundation of my parenting skills and ask men like me questions to help guide me. Thanks to the Fatherhood Fire program, I was able to connect with my daughters in ways I never imagined. For Valentine's Day, I wanted to show my daughters how a man should treat a lady and show them how special they are to me. So I took my daughters on a daddy-daughter play date, beginning with flowers at school and ended with a picnic at the park. It was an amazing experience, and I would never have thought of the idea without the skills I learned from the Fatherhood Fire program. So here we see Mr. James's two beautiful little daughters. And again, had he not felt welcomed and invited and engaged in our program, if we hadn't encouraged him to come to these cohorts and meet other dads and gave him a free open space to learn and grow as a father, you know, his daughters might not have had this wonderful date. You know, they might not have had the foundation for future experiences in their life with males. So we continue to grow. This is our second year. We continue to learn from other departments, other agencies, Juan, everybody. It's an ongoing thing, but again, we want you guys, we want to create the spark and spark conversations about fatherhood engagement, spark conversations about creating father-friendly environments. So that really is our focus here at Preschool Services Department. So our next slide, please, Juan. And our lasting commitment to fathers as far as Preschool Services Department Fatherhood Fire Program. We want them to remember, we want you guys to remember that you are a leader with a vision for your community, and you're a change maker who can carry on the fatherhood flame forward in your agencies. So this is our challenge to you. This is our commitment to our own agency. Your goal is to help clarify and articulate your individual commitment to fatherhood and consider how your commitment can support and enhance communities and families. So that's what we want to end on, just to put it in your head and move forward. How can you change, go back to your agencies and take all this information that you learned today in this summit that, you know, Juan has so graciously put together for us. So taking all of this information, taking it back to your agencies, how can you go and make positive changes to make fathers feel more welcome and included? So that is all I have. Do we have any questions?
I'm a emotional wreck right now. Anytime I see testimonies, I hear testimonies, it's like, because we don't get to hear these, right? We very rarely get to hear these things. And before we get to any questions, I do want to let you all know, well, you know what, let's get to questions because I'm just gonna go on. I need a minute. No, go ahead. Any questions, any comments, please?
No questions, it looks like.
All right, no questions.
Again, Juan, we give all thanks to you. We really do look toward to you for guidance on, you know, trying to pull these things off, and we really do appreciate you and appreciate you inviting us to these wonderful events.
No pressure, huh? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. There is a question that says, where can we get pamphlets for our families? Email me. Well, as far as pamphlets from PSD, you want to answer that part in regards to, I think they're talking about like your programs.
Yes, I will go ahead and put mine and Nicole's emails in the chat, and you can reach out to us and we can send you any type of information, whether it be our Fatherhood Fire program or any other programs we offer here at Preschool Services Department.
And I do also want to say that this is a group effort. I know I get a lot of thank yous and all, but honestly, we have such a great group that Mars mentioned earlier. It's a team, right? And PSD, Preschool Services Department, and so many others have played a huge role in all of this. So I do not take the credit at all, but absolutely appreciate the feedback. And as far as any of our I have starter kits that I put together. If you are looking for like pamphlets that you need out in your lobbies, like right away, you know, feel free to email me, send me your email, not just your email address, but send me your address and I will send you a starter kit. However, we do also want to encourage, and these are mainly to, you know, for ideas. We want to definitely encourage, you know, as far as your funding, I think Lamar mentioned it so perfectly yesterday, like challenging us, right? You know, your priorities is easily shown through your funding, right? And if we are saying that we are, you know, pro fatherhood, or we do want to include fathers as well, all inclusive, you know, for fathers, then, you know, we need to make that way in regards to our funding and put some funding towards that. And so, but again, we don't mind Children's Network. That's what we do. We have pamphlets and we'll provide those. You'll have starter kits to start off with, put them out in your lobbies. You know, tips for dads to become better versions of themselves. You know, engage with their children. Conversation starters, really. We'll provide that all day long. So yeah, please email us. All right, we have some comments here. A lot of thank yous. Miss Yerli, I appreciate that. Yes, I agree that a lot of times, even as county employees, we don't realize all the programs we offer. And so that's another, definitely another concept that IEFIC is trying to do is we really believe that silos can be deadly for our communities. If we don't know what the other person's doing, if we don't really understand the resources around, and even research shows that when families are aware of the resources, they're less likely to fall in any type of system. And that's what we want to be able to, you know, to encourage as well. Awesome. Ms. Brenda said, thank you educating everyone here about all of the services that early childhood professionals offer from one ECE to another. Way to go. Keep up the good work. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you everybody for listening to us. Andrew, right back to you.
Yes, we will take another break for 10 minutes and we'll regroup after that. Thank you, everyone.
Is it showing correctly? Oh no. Way to go, Barbara.
Okay, Amir, you will be sharing the PowerPoint, or is that Miss Barbara?
Yeah, but Barbara's going to be sharing the PowerPoint and driving the PowerPoint for us.
Okay, because I see the PowerPoint, but I don't see Miss Barbara's name.
I wonder. Hold on, Barbara, can you come off mute for a second?
Oh, never mind. I see.
Okay.
It's the name that she's under.
Oh,
I
okay.
see.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Amir, what's up, man? How do you pronounce your last name? Is it Rhines?
Rhines, like think orange rinds.
Okay, cool. And then
Yes.
Madrigal is the last name? All right, coach. You want to make sure?
Correcto.
All right, good. You want to pronounce it good. All right.
Madrigal. It's pretty popular these days.
Man, you don't have to talk, Juan. You don't put Billy Ocean after Michael Jackson and Prince, man. We don't have to talk about this next time.
Juan, how come leopards are not good at hiding?
Because everybody spots them.
There you go.
Wow, I got it.
Yes.
I am a pro at these dad jokes now. If you can guess it.
Yes, that's good. Why did the football coach go to the bank?
Hold on. Juan, quick question. When we hide
Because you wanted a quarterback.
There you go.
I got you one. I already know that one.
when we hide the controls and we want to bring them back, how do we bring the controls back up?
Press escape.
All right, perfect.
So you should be able to hide the floating panel. Yeah. And then once you want it to pop back up, just press escape.
There it is. I got it. I found it. Now I can unmute myself. Yes, Juan, I put myself under child support because I didn't want to steal Amir's and Priscilla's thunder.
Head not, Barbara. No. Let's do it.
I have one joke. What starts with an E, ends with an E, and has only one letter in it?
E. I.
Letter E.
I know. This is a random person coming, Cassandra. It's an envelope.
Yes. Starts with an E, ends with an E, and has only one letter in it.
You know what? I've heard that before, and I still can't get it.
I have heard that one. I totally bombed it. I put E in the chat. Okay, you got me.
That was a good one. All right, I think we're all coming back now. All right, we're gonna jump right back in. But before we do, if anyone has not done so already, if you can please put your name, title, agency, and email in the chat box. That way you can also get some of this amazing stuff we've been working on. Juan can email the flyers, information, anything like that. So go ahead and do that if you haven't done so already. And as we proceed, we have two special guests here for this next workshop. I'm going to present them right now. They are from child support. The first person has started a career as a child support specialist with San Bernardino County Department of Child Support Services in 2019. As a child support specialist, he worked and developed his skills in the areas of establishment and enforcement. While working with these areas, as he has shown a commitment to providing excellent customer service with attention to detail and compassion for families he serves. He is now assigned to the outreach team where his main goal and purpose is to connect the department's mission and align it with the community's needs. This person strives hard to provide the community with insightful information and knowledge of all the opportunities of the Department of Child Support Services and can provide to participating families. He enjoys speaking and engaging with different organizations to promote the idea of making a positive difference in the lives of children. He is a proud father of two sons who he describes as his why during the pandemic. While working full-time and parenting, he returned to school to receive his bachelor's degree. In September of 2020, he received his BS in business from the University of Phoenix. When asked what the motivation was to return to school, he said, "I want to set the example for my sons by both my words and my actions." Ladies and gentlemen, this is Amir Rhines, and he is not alone as well. He is followed by someone who began her career with the Department of Child Support in 2009. With over 13 years of child support experience, she has worked in intake and establishment, as well as the pre-settlement, conference, stipulation team, and arrears team. She has assisted in the training and implementation of the Compromise of Arrears program, I think I'm saying that right, which was later redesigned as the debt reduction program offered by the state of California. As a seasoned child support specialist new to the outreach team, she is excited to bring her knowledge of child support to the community as well as community partners. She's passionate about bringing education about the child support program, particularly to the Spanish-speaking community. Priscilla is looking forward to collaborating with all community agencies to bring child support awareness, as well as gain knowledge of various resources that she can provide to child support customers as part of a holistic approach to every case. She's a proud mother of 2 little ones, as well as a stepmother to a 28-year-old son. Outside of work, she enjoys traveling, church volunteering, and spending time with her family and 2 grandbabies. Ladies and gentlemen, Priscilla Madrigal. Let's welcome them both.
Hello and good morning. Still morning. I am so excited to be here, particularly because it's been such a great 2 days of such great information and such wonderful things that are happening out in our communities. And I'm just so excited to be a part of this, especially being new to this team and having this exposure. As a case manager, we don't always get to see this side of things. And so this has been really eye-opening and just such great information. So like I said, excited to be here. I'm Priscilla Madrigal, and I'm joined today by Amir, who's going to be co-presenting with me today. And also the goal of this presentation is to provide insight into what we as a department are doing to intentionally engage dads.
And during this presentation, you know, I see that we came back from break. There's some cameras that are dark. So please, if you can, turn your cameras on. We want to see your faces. We want to interact. Throughout the presentation, there will be times where we ask for feedback. There'll also be times where, you know, we just want to hear from you. If you want to just give us a thumbs up, a hand clap, whatever it may be, we do want to hear from our audience. So feel free to be as active as possible in the chat. At the end of the presentation, if there's time, we will open the floor for kind of an open discussion and comment section. But I do have to say this, keep in mind that throughout this presentation, we will be talking about how we at DCSS intentionally engage fathers. With that being said, know that more than one thing can be true. We can intentionally engage fathers, mothers, and families. It's not an either or scenario. So with that being said, let's go.
Okay, now, in one word, describe what comes to mind when you hear the words child support. Okay, now, don't be afraid to hurt our feelings. We've heard it all. Okay, it's just so interesting to see what people's
payment
perceived notion is of our department. And like I said, we've heard it all. We know.
So garnish your absence, money. You know, we're seeing a lot of things in the chat. So hopefully by the end of this presentation, you have a better understanding of what we do. So let's talk about the services we provide first. The child support program encourages responsible parenting, family self-sufficiency, and child well-being by providing assistance in locating parents, establishing parentage, establishing, modifying, or enforcing child support obligations, establishing medical. Our focus is to partner with families in the community to ensure they receive the support they need.
Okay, so let's share our mission with you. So this is our mission. We're committed to adhering to this mission, purpose, and values when working with our cases. The mission statement was created to remind us all of why we're here and that our ultimate customers are the children that we serve. Partnering with parents in the community has become a key point in our mission statement, like bringing workshops like these and being able to collaborate with other agencies to bring information and resources to our customers. Yeah. This is our pledge. This is our customer service pledge. We're committed to treating all of our customers with respect and in a professional manner. As a case manager, and I know a lot of my colleagues do too as well, have this pledge at our desk. And I think it's a good way to remind us of the commitment that we've made to treat each case with respect, compassion, and empathy. Each case and each customer that we come across. I know the child support process can be intimidating. So our commitment is to meet our customers where they're at and to provide solutions to barriers and answers to questions. We treat each individual and each case as unique. Our commitment to providing exceptional customer service has always included educating our customers about the child support process, providing them with resources and informing customers of what their options are so that they can successfully participate in their case. Recently, our department has incorporated this objective into our business plan and has given this goal a formal name of Holistic Case Management, or HCM for short. With HCM, we look at the family as a whole. We are emphasizing our commitment to finding innovative ways to remove barriers for our customers, such as unemployment, underemployment, and license suspension. We provide ongoing training to our staff about circumstances that have a detrimental impact to the families that we serve, such as domestic violence and homelessness. Our staff are dedicating to working each case as if it were our own. And by taking a holistic approach, we have found that we can better assist our customers and collaborate with them in obtaining reliable financial support for their children.
So we've discussed our overall approach. Now let's talk about why we're here today. Intentionally engaging fathers. In our department, we have a spirit of service and we want to help each member of our cases regardless of their role. We value the fathers we serve and understand that there are challenges to engaging fathers. Some of the common challenges that we find for our department is number one, historical views, whether it's child support on TV, in a movie, or however you hear child support mentioned, historically, it's always mentioned negatively. We recognize how fathers view or have viewed our department. And I'll speak to myself. Prior to me joining child support, I was afraid of child support, quite honestly. You know, it was the monster in the closet, the monster under the bed. And I wanted to stay as far away from it as possible. And the crazy part about it is my fear of child support was not based on any personal experience, but it was the historical viewpoint that I had already implanted in my mind that made me have this perception. When in reality, child support wants to provide services and resources to improve the lives of children and the overall family. It's not out to get one parent over the other. But let's be honest, that was my perception, which leads me into my next point. A dad's perception goes hand in hand with historical viewpoints. No matter how many positive experiences a dad may have, one bad experience can shape the way a father feels about our organization. We understand that hesitation may come from how fathers perceive child support to be working against them instead of with them. And to be honest, a father's perception is their reality. And that's a barrier that we have to overcome. Next is our department policy. We're here to serve the entire family, but does our policies and our language reflect today's family structure and the various roles of fathers and father figures? And then lastly, I think in my opinion, is probably the biggest challenge to engaging fathers are biases, specifically implicit biases. But keep in mind, biases cut both ways. Staff may have biases towards dads because of their own experiences, whether it's by working their caseload or past personal experiences. But dads have biases too. They may think we don't want to help them or are unwilling to help them. As a dad myself, there's been times where I assumed someone would want to help me. As a child support specialist, I understand the way a dad may feel, but I still have to check my biases because what I'm willing or able to do as a dad may not be the appropriate expectation of the father that I'm working with. As a dad and a male case specialist, I think I can relate to dads, but I still have to be mindful of my biases. Priscilla, can you share your perspective as a female child support specialist, please?
Yeah, I think as a female case manager, it's also important for me to constantly check my biases. I can't let previous interactions affect how I treat dads going forward. Each case is unique, each situation is unique, each family makeup is unique. Sometimes I'm dealing with the dad that is asked to pay support. Sometimes I'm asked to work with the dad who's receiving support. I think it's important to realize, me personally, that even though I am a parent, I am not a dad. And so I am not familiar and I don't know what obstacles, barriers dads have overcome or what they're feeling when they're dealing with our agency.
And that's such a great point. And hearing you say that, I have a question. It's a question for the women in our audience. And my question to all the women in our audience today is, what is your experience like when you visit a Home Depot? Again, what is your experience like when you visit a Home Depot? And the reason why I asked this is because I was in a training and someone compared the biases that dads feel to how some women may feel when they visit a Home Depot, a Lowe's, an auto parts store, any of those places that are traditionally for men. And the woman who made the comment said she felt like when she would go to Home Depot that they would treat her as if she didn't know anything or that she was looking for her husband or they ignored her completely. Now, I want you guys to think about that. Fathers in some cases are made to feel this very same way, but it's not at Home Depot. It's not at the auto parts store. It's at the doctor's office. It's at the schools. It's at the social service buildings, and the list goes on. So it was important for our department to understand the challenges that we face, take a real assessment of where our department is, which has helped us to better engage fathers. So how do we do better? It's important to understand the needs of fathers. Knowing their needs allows us to engage and serve, to better engage and serve. I went to a training, Fatherhood Engagement, Connecting the Whole Dad, presented by Barry Knight, and I think he outlined it perfect, the needs of dads. Dads want to know they will be treated with respect, that they are valued and deemed an equal part of the process, that their information will be held in strict confidence, that they play a major role in raising their children. And lastly, that the relationship with the child's mother, good or bad, does not interfere with them being seen as a good father. Next is the environment. What does the environment look like? At DCSF, we have been intentional in what imagery and information we have in our offices. Our social media, it's all intentional in what we put up. When someone walks into one of our 3 locations, they'll find imagery of mom, kids, and dads. Our resource materials, we have a mix of employment resources, health services resources, family resources, mother resources, and resources specific to fathers. We are intentional about having fathers represented in our lobbies. We organize our resource tables and displays to intentionally highlight fatherhood resources. You know, and it makes me think of a time where colleague Carmen Hernandez, some of you guys may have known her. She was used to be with the outreach team. She was in the lobby and she was organizing the table, getting everything in order. And his dad walked in. And he had 2 kids, 1 on each hip, and he just was coming in to make a payment. And I think it's important to note that Carmen saw this, and she acknowledged him and spoke to him. I could imagine his dad coming in, 2 kids. He thinks he's just gonna make the payment, get in and get out completely unnoticed. But by the time that gentleman left, he made his payment. He was given a backpack. Each of the little girls was given a toy from our outreach team materials. And I bring this up because having that environment created a mindset to serve and also the opportunity. So that's one dad whose positive experience will go a long way in changing his perceptions and others that he comes in contact with. Next is changing the language. We understand that how we refer to dads, our parents, or the fathers that we serve can affect how they feel or how they feel we view them. Because of this, we are currently reviewing the language we use and are in the process of removing such terms as non-custodial and custodial parent. These terms can feel harsh and in many cases do not represent the true role of the parents. We are instead opting for more direct terms that do not lessen the value of either parent's roles. Lastly, educate staff. At DCSS, we want father engagement. We want to know how to better serve dads. From the top of our department to the bottom, we are committed to bettering the lives of children, and we know that to serve wholly, we must engage fathers fully. I mentioned the Barry Night training earlier. Why? Because I want to highlight that we don't just look inward to educate, we also look outward. We don't rely on just our own knowledge base or experience. It's not uncommon for our staff to attend trainings on fatherhood. And then, we don't just send them to a training and that be that. No, our staff will come back from these trainings, meet with management and discuss with management. What did you get from that training? What can we use? What can we implement and apply going forward? We recently, in an effort to educate as many of our staff as possible, had Juan Solis come in and hold a virtual fatherhood workshop for all of our customer facing staff. I mean, he was here for almost 2.5 weeks, training our staff on fatherhood and the pipeline to success, which is big. I just been given word that fatherhood engagement is now officially a part of the case management training for all of our child support specialists, which is just that's just huge to me. It's amazing that fatherhood engagement is now a part of case management training for our department, which is big. So changing the mindset, educating staff, and making sure your lobbies are inviting is half the battle. The other half is actually getting dads through the doors. At DCSS, we don't deploy a field of dreams philosophy. If anybody knows what the field of dreams philosophy is, it's if you build it, they will come. No, we know that having that environment is not enough to get fathers through the door. We must go to where dads are. DCSS has an outreach team that is dedicated to being boots on the ground and being in the community. Our outreach team attends a variety of events aimed to educate and inform the public of our services. We also want to show that we're not just an outside agency working for the community, that we are a part of the community and we operate within the community we serve. We are intentional about going to where dads are and finding opportunities to serve them. Resources, I know a lot of the presentations that prior to this one, resources are important. Having both general and father-specific resources available are valuable. There is nothing that breaks down barriers or biases better than a father, or anyone for that matter, saying, I need something, and you've been able to respond with, I have something for you. That goes a long way with building trust. Next is asking dads what they need. We can't just focus on what we want from dads. We have to take the time to find out what our dads' needs are so that we can better serve and that we can help them overcome their barriers. Whether it's lack of employment, housing, whatever the case may be, we have to know what dad needs so that we can serve them. And next is educate. Whenever an opportunity presents itself, educate dads. Take it. If there's an opportunity to educate a dad, take it. I'm as a child support specialist with the outreach team, I go to all type of outreach events. And, a lot of times it's the grab first, ask second. Anybody that does outreach, when you set that table up and you got your pencils, your pens, your giveaways, it's always a grab first, ask second, So essentially what that means is that they'll take whatever I'm giving away and then they'll ask me, who am I? And I respond with, hello, my name is Amir, I'm with child support. And man, when I can't describe the looks or the comments I get, and it's funny now, but some of them, they're not as positive with looks as you would like when you tell somebody where you work. But I don't look at that as a negative. I look at it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for a conversation. I don't respond with, oh, you don't know anything about child support. My response is asking a question. And the way I ask the question is I'm open, inviting, and I'm looking for a conversation. I ask them, what was that look for? I allow them to speak freely. No, don't talk about it that way. No, I allow them to speak freely. And then I take the time to educate, take that opportunity to educate and inform about what the process and what the services and what we really do. So again, whenever an opportunity presents itself to educate fathers, you have to take it.
Okay, so Amir, you touched a little bit on what we are doing as an outreach team to reach fathers and how we partner with other agencies and community resources. Partnership and collaboration can go a long way in creating a strong and better community. When we partner with other agencies, it allows us to reach customers who may not intentionally seek us out. And when we create these partnerships, it allows other agencies to serve as a voice for us to those who we may not be able to reach otherwise.
And, you know, let others cheerlead your program and services. You know, let them cheerlead what you do. And in return, you do the same. You know, I can't, Juan may be able to reach a group of men that would completely turn their backs to me, you know, and our partners and our collaborations are important because we are shifting the narrative of how child support is viewed within our county. Shalita Tillman, she's with San Bernardino Valley College, CalWorks, and Workforce Development Manager. She's one of our partners. And she says, in the past, child support has received a negative image. And I want to show that is not the case in present time. Juan Solis, you guys may be familiar with this face. I don't know if anybody knows him, but Juan Solis said, you know what? Let me let Juan speak for himself.
My name is Juan Solis. I'm the Father Engagement Coordinator with Children's Network, and I chair the Inland Empire Father Involvement Coalition. For me, collaboration means opportunity. You know, it's a blessing to be able to work with such passionate folks, and that only opens up opportunities for our families so they get the proper services. You know, the more we know, the more we're able to support our families and our communities in our county. I've always been a big fan of child support services. They have a very enthusiastic team. Very passionate team that are looking to provide the support that our families need. And I think every time I've reached out to collaborate, they've always been very supportive. You know, looking at new ways that we can connect with our families in our county. And it's just been really exciting to be able to work alongside them and really look at how we can engage fathers specifically. I think the benefits is really to try to get down to what is the exact support that a family needs. And rather than running from child support, which we always say all the time, you know, it's better to connect with the child support staff to really provide, as I mentioned, you know, that just that support. A lot of times our fathers or families out in the community have no idea where to go to, have no idea how to, you know, address any of the issues that they may have. And connecting with a child support specialist is really important to get at the top of, you know, those type of issues that any family might be going through. I would absolutely recommend any of our families or customers working with child support because, as I mentioned before, they're just very passionate, and we're really looking at how we can, you know, engage our families differently. And I think child support is really at the forefront of that. And so, I mean, it's what we need. It's that friendliness, that proper engagement. For our families so that we can, you know, really provide that support that they need so they can thrive and, you know, get connected to the pipeline to success that we like to call. Specifically coming from the Inland Empire Father Involvement Coalition, looking at as far as working with fathers, I think it's important that our dads understand that child support is really there to support and help and provide encouragement. And I think that the staff has really looked deep into what they're doing to connect with fathers and families, and that's the only way it's going to work is if we're all in agreement and if we're all working together to really provide that support, because the ones that benefit the most is our children and our communities. And so we really want to make sure that we understand that so that we can, you know, all stay connected in one way or another.
I see you guys are killing Juan in the chat, but you know, it speaks volumes for someone like Juan to speak highly of your program and get out there and champion your services. It helps us reach an audience that will it otherwise may just intentionally ignore us. But going forward, over the past few years, DCSS has taken large leaps in its effort to engage fathers, but there's still more to do. So it's important that we continue to reinforce the values of dads, that we express the importance of fathers both inwardly and outwardly. At DCSS, we will continue to meet the needs of fathers and deal with them from where they are currently, Our slogan is from where you are to where you want to be. It's not from where you were to where I want to be, to where you've been, to where I'm going to take you. It's from where you are to where you want to be. It's important that we deal with dads where they are and that we don't hold grudges for past actions, past missteps, or whatever the case may be. Going forward, we will continue to develop partnerships. We will continue to gather resources and continue to be a part of the community we serve. And lastly, highlight fathers. You know, if you take nothing else away from this, highlight fathers. Engaging and building relationships with dads can be difficult. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys know how difficult that relationship building, because we're dealing with years of disconnect, and now we're trying to establish so much in such a short period of time that it's important to highlight dads. If those instances where you were able to break through and help a dad achieve his goals, highlight that. And with that, I want to go right into our next video, highlighting one of the dads we serve.
Well, it first began, as a young 18-year-old kid, having a child, unplanned, way too early. Then one day out of the blue, you get served, and you're not expecting it because you're just going through day to day, trying to live your life and be a kid. And then next thing you know, you're in court, and then you get hit with a that says you got to pay X amount of dollars every month. And once you get that, you spend the next few months figuring it out, making sure you can cover yourself, the child, and you're taking care of business. And so my journey started when I was 18, fresh out of high school. And I tried to go to college and do all that stuff at the same time.
I was working on my caseload and noticed that Mr. O'Neill needed to make a payment on his case. When I looked at it, there was a big arrears balance, so I called him to see if he could make a payment. When I contacted him, I asked him if he needed job referrals or if he could make a payment that day, and he said he could.
It was pretty much a child support caseworker that really helped me out. I was in the arrears by a lot of money, and I never saw a way out. It was always just paying this money every month, and I always factored in that I'd be paying this probably for the rest of my life.
Arrears are payments that are due to the state of California or the other parent. We try to get payments on arrears as soon as possible.
I laid out a 5-year plan, and I divided up my total amount by those 5 years, and I broke it down to years, then I broke it down to months. And with the help of the case support worker, she said it's doable.
Mr. O'Neill had a plan. He really wanted to pay off his case within 5 years. So my goal was for him to reach that plan. And our plan of attack was try to make a payment every month and something that he could afford every month if it was reasonable. Some months he could do it, some months he couldn't do it. But I was willing to work with him because on every month he'd made a payment.
I finally got with the worker who understood what I was going through. And she laid out a game plan for me to pay this stuff off in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, it was hard. It was difficult. I wasn't making that kind of money in the beginning, but as I stuck with it, and made my payments what I could every single month, she showed me how to erase the arrears and then address the principal, and that way I could get this thing down.
And then sometimes he would call me up out of the blue just to make an extra payment, which was really great. And we were really excited to see him achieve his goal of finally paying off the case.
Not only was Candy a humongous support, my wife was a huge support also. We sat down, we talked about this. It wasn't just me drawing up a plan, it was us drawing up a plan. And not only do I have a child, she has a stepdaughter. And so when it comes down to, let's put this 5-year plan together. How can we benefit our family as well as taking care of this child, making sure that financially I met my obligations and did everything I could for her, as well as me doing everything I can for you. And so with me going forward, I always want to thank Candy for her help, but it always comes from my wife also. And I want to make sure that, I do thank her just as much as I thank Candy, because without my wife, I probably would have not listened to Candy or in the same thing. Without Candy, I wouldn't be pushing so hard to make sure I was making those payments, because it was for my family, my child, her, and I want to make sure that, everybody's happy. Yeah, with Candy giving me that extra special attention, it's a benefit, because if you just mail somebody a statement and they're like, oh, I don't have it, you put that statement to the side and you could easily forget about it. And you could do that month to month 2, month 3. Next thing you know, you're behind 6 months, maybe a year, and only thing you had was a letter. And it's easy to put that off to the side and move on to the next thing. But when you have somebody who's invested in helping you out and stressing the benefits of getting off child support, stressing the benefits of getting your license back, stressing, hey, travel, you might want to get your passport back. And these are all things that have been taken that they could take from you if you're behind or in the rears in your payment. So having Candy go that extra mile, that extra 2 miles, just to reiterate, hey, we got a plan. I'm going to call you. And with her following up, making her, she did her part, it makes you want to do my part.
I love this video. Like somebody said in the chat, is a great way to humanize it. And I think it's a great tool to use, not only with our customers so that they can see what other people in their same positions have gone through, or the help that they've received, but also within our organization as well. It's that human factor. It reminds us that there are real people behind these case numbers. There are real families behind these balances. And that every step that we take and every opportunity that we take to help someone affects them, whether it be positively or negatively. Everything that we do has an effect on the family. And for us to be able to, as case managers, to be able to maybe go a little bit above and beyond and show them a little extra love or a little extra push or a little extra reminders. I mean, what a great testimony that, she took the time to really engage him and embark on this 5-year journey with him, and support him every step of the way. And now we have this great outcome. And now we have one person who now has a positive outlook on our department. So now, as we're approaching the end of our presentation, we are interested in hearing how your organization goes about intentionally engaging dads. So in the chat, if you are feeling interactive, type in some ways that your organization is intentionally engaging fathers. It's always good to see what others are doing, and we can learn from each other,
Right. Don't get shy now. You guys were in there killing Juan a second ago. Don't get shy now. Wow. Wow.
Great. Appreciate the honesty.
Wow.
So hopefully, Jordan, you're walking away with some great information and things that you can put in practice from everything we've been hearing.
Definitely.
Yeah. Meeting them where they are. Absolutely. I think that's one of the key points.
Luis, you said parent cafes, specifically male engagement cafes. Can you come off mute and tell us a little bit? I'm interested in that. Are you able to come off mute?
Hi, I'm here.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. I'm a little embarrassed because
I'm shy too. I'm up
you
here.
called
I'm
me
shy
out,
too.
Amir. You called me out.
Just share with us.
A few of my colleagues, I think, are here on the meeting. So if they would like to join in, Jaren or David, you know who you are if you feel up to it. And it's actually David Martinez, his push, like you mentioned and the other members have mentioned, there are not a lot of male staff within our agency. It's predominantly female oriented. And so David really guides us with that male perspective and that male support. And he had a idea of a male engagement parent cafe. And we do a lot of different parent cafes within our organization. But the male engagement one, we really wanted to bring that opportunity and that space for men and those who identify as male to talk, to share, to collaborate, to network and connect. So David, Jaron, and myself, we developed a cafe specifically for that space. And it's just a safe space, really, for that camaraderie. And we did a session of 6. It was like a series, and we addressed all families. It was very strength-based approach. It was using the 5 protective factors. Most of you are probably familiar with that. And we provided incentives. So sometimes their children would be with them on Zoom while they're participating in the cafe. We had provided activities for the children. We sent it to them, via Amazon, and we provided meal incentives for participating in the cafe. And so they really like that. And definitely the thought was that they wanted more of that they really enjoyed hearing from others, that they didn't feel alone, that they felt that others were going through similar things, or that they could even connect and support. Like, we had a grandfather that was part of our cafe. So he was kind of the elder statesman, giving some different kinds of mentoring advice and just experiences. But it was really, the most important thing is that it's a safe space, that there's no right or wrong.
Right. Wow.
And it's led by them. It's not, we're just the facilitators.
Okay. That's awesome.
It's really their cafe.
So let me ask you.
I don't know, David or Jaron, if you're here, if you'd like to chime in, and if I missed anything.
No, you pretty much said it all. The only thing that I could probably add to it is that one of the most important things that we would like to show them is that we're not, just because we're staff, we're not that much different from them, right? We're also going through life, and we're also experiencing challenges, and we also have problems, and we also don't have the answer to everything.
Right.
And maybe most importantly, that they can see that we're there also to learn from their, from their experience, that we appreciate their input, because we didn't know that. We didn't see it from that perspective.
Right.
And so it's not like, here, come to our cafe because I'm going to teach you how to do things. It's more like, here, let's just get together and let's just talk about what's going on in life. How are you dealing with the pandemic? I don't know. I'm struggling, man. Like I'm myself, I'm struggling. How are you feeling? And just providing that safe space, like Luis just said, like we're there to talk. We're there to talk with them, not at them, like Luis taught me one day. We're one.
Right. Wow, that's amazing. And if we can go to our next slide, we're always looking to learn from others and improve our program. So we, anytime we can cherry pick something from another organization. And David and Luis, what organization are you guys with? Just for everybody in the chat that may not be familiar.
CCRC, Child Care Resource Center.
Perfect.
I think if everybody has the opportunity to go and read through the chat, there are some awesome responses. And I know a lot of these people are here to learn, but even what they're sharing right now of the things, even big or small, that they're doing in their organizations to make it a more father-friendly environment. I mean, I'm loving it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna definitely take notes on all these things.
Yeah, the Inland Empire is definitely in great shape with all the things we got going, and spreading that word and getting the information out and championing each other. So again, as we're approaching the end, at DCSS, we're always looking to collaborate, partner with any agency whose mission is to enhance the lives of children and the families within our community. You know, I have our email here, and if you want to know what collaboration with us would look like, Priscilla, if you can.
Okay. So what does partnering with DCSS look like? We can come to your events. We can educate your organization or your customers on the child support process. I know that's important. Sometimes you have an overall idea of what our department does, but not an in-depth knowledge of how you referring people to us is a benefit to them, or how you connecting your customers with our department, how that can benefit them too. By sharing our events, you become our voices so that we can reach more people. Just like Juan did earlier, there's a lot of people out there who, want to stay as far away from our department as possible. But when they hear other departments, other agencies, other resources talk about us in a positive way, or just say, you know what, it's not that bad, they actually can help you. That goes a long way. So by partnering with us, we are also committed to personally assisting anyone that you refer to us. When you have someone walk in and say, hey, I have, questions, and you are going to send that referral over to us, you contact us, you give us their information, we will reach out to them. They're not going to get lost. They're not going to, get lost in their system. We will reach back out to them, and we will let them, we will establish that relationship with them, hand them off to their case manager, things like that.
And, again, like we're saying, it's important to collaborate, continue to share resources amongst each other. You guys might have noticed the last 3 slides, I have had our outreach email there. This is intentional. We want to show you that we want to partner with like-minded organizations. But let me clarify before, this email is not, it's an internal use only email. Please do not just go out and directly start handing it out to customers. But if you have a customer in need, feel free to email us with their information, and we will definitely reach out to them timely. With that being said, I encourage all of you in attendance to check out the DCSS on social media. Our social media, our Facebook, our Twitter, our Instagram, got a lot of information. If it goes through the county approval process, we'll even put partner information and their events up there as well. So I encourage all of you guys in attendance to like, follow, and share. If you want to see the direction that we're headed in, how we can collaborate, how we're engaging our community, please check us out on social media. So with that, I want to go into our last video before we wrap up this summit.
A dad is someone who wants to catch you before you fall, but instead picks you up, brushes you off, and lets you try again. A dad is someone who wants to keep you from making mistakes, but instead lets you find your own way, even though it breaks his heart in silence when you get hurt. A dad is someone who holds you when you cry, scolds you when you break the rules, shines with pride when you succeed, and has faith in you even when you fail.
Only a dad, neither rich nor proud, merely one of the surging crowd, toiling, striving from day to day, facing whatever may come his way, silent whenever the harsh condemn, and bearing it all for the love of them.
Only a dad, but he gives his all to smooth the way for his children small, doing with courage stern and grim the deeds that his father did for him. This is a line that for him I pen. Only a dad, but the best of men.
And that video is one of my favorite videos. One, because A Father's Poem is such a great poem, and it really has meaning and resonates with me. But also, you guys might not have caught it, but throughout that video, there were actual DCSS dads. Those were real dads that work for our organization, that we see in the halls, that are doing the work and championing the services we provide, and championing all the children that we're able to assist. So that video is truly one of my favorite videos and has a special place in my heart.
It is a great video. So now that we've tugged at your heartstrings a little bit, and that we've given you an insight as to what our department is doing to intentionally engage fathers, let us know if this has changed your perception, maybe a little bit, of our organization. And in the chat, one more time, if you can tell us now, what comes to mind when you hear the words child support?
Human, guide, help, yeah. Empowering, yeah. Non-judgmental. And those are things that we want little by little. These sessions, when we're out on in the public, we know we can't reach everybody at once, little by little. And I know earlier it was a gentleman who said, well, how do we, it's no quick fix for this. Roger, you know, this is, Andrew, Juan, you guys know, this is a journey that has history behind it. And we're now paving a new way for all of the dads and the families that we serve. You know, I've been doing this for a short time considered with some of you guys, but I think about that the dads, they just, you know, I didn't know as a dad how much is out there. And I wasn't even looking for it because I just assumed that there was nothing out there, that I had to do this on my own. You know, a lot of times when you know, the love of our life and that forever love fades and things change, our feelings change, and we kind of become colder. But it's nice to know that there's dads working in these organizations, working with us, working for us. It's important. And I want to, you know, we'll go to our last slide. And I want to say thank you, you know, again, Juan, IEFIC, thank you for allowing us to present today. All of the people in attendance, the moms, the dads, the grandfathers, the uncles, the aunts, the nephews, the nieces, all of you guys, thank you. This was a great summit. We appreciate it, and we open it for questions, and we'll let Juan wrap this thing up.
Yes, thank you, everybody. And just seeing the changes in the words that are coming through in that chat, just knowing that even being able to reach, you know, everyone here in attendance, and maybe starting to change that perception of our department, you know, that's huge, because now all of you know a little bit more about what we do, and now you can also partner with us and be our voices out there and say, you know what, they're not so bad. Go, you know, don't put it off. You know, like I said, we've heard it all, we've seen it all, and we're working on it. We've heard it, and now we're doing things to make things better, more inviting, and not just for dads, but for everyone, you know, for moms too. We can be intimidating, and we want to be as approachable as possible. So yes, thank you all for your honesty, and definitely for your input. You guys have a lot of great information, and definitely we'll be looking into those going forward. Thank you.
Awesome, good stuff, man. I think, you know, I guess we can't do one without the other, right? And I think for all of our presenters today, we're gonna go ahead and we have to do it one. Last time. Good stuff. I just personally, for me, it was like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on today. I don't know if I had some emotional coffee last night or what, or this morning, but I was like, tears are going down my cheek. Mars is just phenomenal. All of you all, just the great work that's going around, right? And I think that the main thing that always pops in my mind is who are going to benefit the most is our children. Our children are going to benefit the most when we're intentionally seeking to engage fathers. We're connecting them to fatherhood programs where fathers are able to become better versions of themselves. And it's just been awesome, all the great information that's shared in these last 2 days. And, you know, we could have easily brought in some of our partnering folks from outside state, out of state, out of county, right? I had to bring Lamar because Lamar is just amazing up in Merced County, but we really wanted to take this opportunity to highlight what we're doing on a local level and what all of you all can continue assisting with and collaborating and knowing what's out there so that you can connect the father that you may be working with or a family that you may be working with to these programs that are out there. So again, thank you to our planning committee, Miss Wendy Garcia, Ontario Montclair School District, Katie Powell, Mars Cerna from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools and his team, Elizabeth Sneed-Berrien, Department of Public Health, oversees the Black Infant Health, John Fife Family Man Ministries, Senada Brown and Doreen Ivory and Miss Hillary here at Children's Network, Liz Smith from San Bernardino County Library, Carl Miller, Riverside County, Amir Ryan, San Bernardino County Department of Child Support Services, Andrew Caffey and Jeff Tunnell at Mom and Dad Project, Cassandra Ward at Child Care Resource Center, Lena Alvarez and Nikki Van Hundley and James Moses at Child Care Resource Center, Zach Romawak at First Five Riverside County, Lena, I already said Lena, I'm sorry, Nicole and Miss Nicole Roach and Renee Linares over at Preschool Services Department. And then of course, last but not least, your boy, Roger De Leon from the Dads Coalition. I mean, this just took all of our heads putting together to see, okay, what do we want to present on? What workshops do we feel that's relevant? And everybody's just feedback was just gone into this. And I mean, we heard from some amazing speakers as Luis kicked off the day in regards to how we need to normalize postpartum depression in our fathers, right? And how we need to really look at that and highlight more men's mental wellness. Lamar Henderson and his All Dads Matter program and the approach of really being not just all inclusive, but just so supportive and encouraging to all fathers in all walks of life, right? Jeff Tunnell and Andrew Caffey, I mean, they just kicked the amazing little conversation, right? They didn't even need a PowerPoint. They're just like, you know what, we're gonna just share the wins that we've had along the ways, and I appreciate that. We heard from two amazing dads that, I don't even want to. I'm gonna have to, but I don't want to because it gets me so emotional. But the amazing resource parent, Skylar Holt, and birth dad, bio dad, Adrian Castorena, along with our facilitator, Drew Miller, who just gave an amazing fatherhood panel and a look at what support really looks like. What brotherly love really looks like, and how a family can benefit from that just extra support, right? I mean, I think Adrian just couldn't put it any better where, you know, if it wasn't for that support, he wouldn't be where he's at today, and he's able to reunify with his daughter and still have the resource parent part of his life. Whew. That was good stuff. Good stuff. Right. Roger De Leon and his amazing team with Mr. Marquise and Rami, even though they just had so much information, just awesome work that it's getting started and continue doing up in Riverside County. And we are here working collaboratively. You are not alone, Roger, and your team. Just know that you're not alone. Mars Cerna and engage the importance of engaging fathers into education, right? And all the passion that he was able to give to us. I think all the tips and strategies, we can do that even within our family servicing family services, right? And our agencies, being all inclusive and even, you know, hold an event from here and there. Look to us and partner with us. We're the now what. I know a lot of times we go to trainings and we're like, now what do we do with all this info? IEFIC, Dads Coalition, we're here to support the ongoing efforts, including whether it be events or just, you know, fatherhood programs that you would like to implement. Preschool Services Department, Ms. Nicole and Ms. Renee, just sharing their what the future will look like within preschool services with their fire grant and how they're looking to intentionally engage not just fathers but families, right, and build and strengthen these families. And then last but not least, with the child support services, amazing work, amazing to really look, to be vulnerable enough to look internally and say, hey, things need to change, but first it needs to start with us, not families, not fathers, not pointing the finger. And when they did point the finger, they pointed at themselves first. And I just love that approach and love the support that's going on at child support. I mean, to go and mandate or include father engagement within their trainings. We had over 334 staff at this father engagement training that we rolled out. And that's just, again, leadership, right? Saying, hey, you know what, we have the buy-in, we support this work. And I think last but not least, I definitely want to introduce Ms. Jonke, my leadership, who I have to apologize, because I mean, if you just know me, right? I mean, you can just imagine the world when I have my leadership in. I'm just kidding. I behave. I know how to behave. But Ms. Jonke Patel and Ms. Wendy and all of our previous leaders as well have been very supportive, and has definitely, you know, really looked at, you know, just not just giving the okays, but sometimes it's not, I never get no's. It's maybe not now, or how can we look at it from a different approach? And that is how growth happens. So I would like to present to you all Ms. Jonke Patel, our network officer here at Children's Network.
Thank you so much, Juan. I don't even think I need to make any closing remarks. I think you covered it very, very well. But I just really wanted to take a moment to highlight all of you. Really, this initiative began almost 8 years ago, and it was really a group of dedicated men who came together. It was county and our community partners. It was a joint effort, and they recognized that we don't have resources or supports for our dads in the county. You know, all of it, it's always just been how can we help mom? Or when we're helping family, it's all focused in on mom. And really what started off as just individuals coming together, brainstorming, collaborating, looking at ways of how do we kind of build this positive image? How do we build a system of care and a network where we're actually positively engaging our dads? Has evolved into this. We have a father engagement coordinator. I remember a time when I was just a staff analyst here, and we used to have to beg, borrow, and plead for funding or for the support to put on our fatherhood breakfast, or our very first fatherhood conference when we were doing things in person. And that dedicated effort from, you know, folks like Juan and James and Phalos and Mars and Jeff and the whole group is because, you know, no matter what, you know, we didn't take no for an answer. And here we are. We have programs that are dedicated to, you know, ensuring that we're strategically working with our dads. We have departments that are going after funding strategically that specifically focuses in on fatherhood efforts. And it's because of the work that you guys do. You guys never stopped trying. And I think that's what the main thing is. And ultimately, at the end of the day, just like Juan said, is that it supports our children, but ultimately it also raises our fathers up in our community to say, hey, I have a voice and I matter, and what I do and how I present myself to our children matters. And you all as professionals and community partners are engaging in that work. And so I thank you so very much. And so when Juan was planning this, you know, usually he comes to me with asks of, okay, so these are the trainers who I'm thinking about. And I was waiting. I was like, okay, it's been a couple months. I was like, where are these asks? And he comes in, I was like, hey, so what are we doing for the Fatherhood Summit? He goes, I have a different idea. He's like, you know, we've been working on this for 5-6 years, and we finally have practical evidence-based programs just here locally grown to show the efforts of the IFIC, of the work that's being done by all of you. And I thought that was a great idea, because it takes a moment to say, this is not just, you know, some PhD flying in from, you know, who knows where, or some university professor. No, this is our community. These are our fathers who live in San Bernardino County and Riverside County, who are dedicated to the work, who put together these programs that is showing positivity and who's showing this growth mindset. And I just sat through, unfortunately, I missed the first half of the presentation, both yesterday and today, but just listening to preschool services going after that fire grant and child support. I mean, you guys are just amazing with all the changes that you're making. And it just really makes the efforts that you have all been doing so fruitful. And it really makes me proud, because again, I was there when we kept getting no's, and now I don't think we get a no in sight. Every single door is open for us. And so I just really want to say is that none of this could have been accomplished without each and every single one of you. I mean, we have 60, I think when I jumped on, there were almost 82 to 90 people on here. And of course it's lunchtime, so folks are jumping off, but you have a dedicated collaborative here of people who are dedicated to the work. And, I just want to say is I believe that we have made changes because of all of you. And I really commend you for the work you do every single day. And I'm so very proud to be a partner in this journey with you all. So thank you all. And I can't wait to see what you do next year. Back to you, Juan.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Junkie. In the chat, I put our Facebook page and also our contact information if you want to contact me in implementing a program, presenting to your team, to leadership, whatever have yous. If you want to mimic something that we did with child support and trained staff, be put on our list or anything, feel free to get a hold of me and we'll do X, Y, and Z. And then also, if you can please do me a favor, click on the link that I'm putting in now. That is our evaluation for the 2-day summit. If you can please click on it and give me all your feedback, the goods, the bads, the uglies. Don't hold back. Give it all to us, because we want to improve each and every time. And be on the lookout, because we will definitely, before you sign off, please click on that link and do the survey, but be on the lookout for future emails in regards to our upcoming events that are coming up. So thank you all. Again, the link is there, and fill that survey out. It'll only take like about a minute, if that.